test. Mic test. Have I been chatting while muted? Have I been talking while muted? I have been talking while muted. That is crazy. I've been talking since the starting screen. I've been talking since the starting screen. It did not pick up the whole time. Okay. Oh my god, I am back to YouTube scuff. Okay, that is beautiful. Okay, that is beautiful. I've been talking on chatting screen while muted. So let me start over for a bit. Hey, it's been a while. I know I'm late. It's 10:42 and my scheduled stream was 10 o'clock. Right. So let me greet the people in chat. J King was here earlier. Nice. Okay. Ida, someone called Ida, subscribed on this channel and alerted the alerts. That was funny. Alright. Bit Characters here. Welcome to the stream. Miss Sinead Maid, welcome to the stream. Oh my god, you're actually adopting the maid core name. That's crazy. Right? Okay, who else? The NicJellie VOD. I signed into the wrong account on my chat. Right, this is the wrong account that I logged into, but here we are. I don't know how to log out of my OBS browser, so this kind of sucks, right? Yeah. So I was saying earlier why I did not come on time is because I was out on a family dinner, and I arrived home late. We had a good dinner, and well, it took a long time, and I can't. It's not in my control. So you know, I arrived home 10 o'clock, and I decided, you know what? I need to shower because I'm a little dirty. So I did. I took a shower, right? And I started stream, took a shower, and I'm back, and you know, here we are. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do first. Okay. Oh, Anon Pendragon, welcome to the stream. Anon Pendragon, welcome to the stream. So here's what I'm gonna do. Today is gonna be a somewhat serious stream. Okay. Today is gonna be a somewhat serious stream because I'm going to be talking about what I've been doing for a long time that held me back 3 years of my life. Right, I'm going to be talking about my mistakes, some of my small achievements, and the things I've gone through. Basically, I'm mostly talking about my mistakes, right? The troubles I've been through, the burnout I've dealt with, the workload I've had to deal with, and a lot of troubles basically for the past 2 years, and why why only now I've been able to finish it, and what mistakes you guys can avoid, right? So it's gonna be somewhat serious stream today, so you know, I hope you understand. I will try to lighten the atmosphere because you know, I know it's all over now. It's over, right? I'm way past this, but I still feel like, you know, this thing still needs to talk about. So, you know, bear with me on that. So what I want to do is what I want to do for now is this. I'm going to show my iPad screen while we're talking about it. So I would be drawing to illustrate what I've been up to, right? I'll be drawing so I can visually, you know, show you guys the timeline and the events that led up to this day and all that, right? So this is the commission sheet that started everything. It started December 5, 2021. Can you imagine? December 5, 2021. So this thing, I'm gonna calculate it here. 5, okay. December 5. Damn! Chillax! 2021. And I finished my commission. When was it? I remember I finished it here. I announced it. It's over. It was May 5, 2025. Right? So it's... God, chillax. Damn! It's like... There. Calculate duration. There it is. So you got the time. This is what took me to finish my commission. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this? So I got it here. I got it all here to illustrate everything. This is it. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's greet the people who got on stream. Okay. Okay, Mission Made is here, Bit Character is here, Adam Benjagon. Alright, let's go. Alright. So I'm also gonna take a screenshot. Fuck it. Right. This the shit. This one that started it all. Christ, man. The sheets, yeah, it's crazy, right? This is the sheet. Right, okay. I'm gonna leave it here. This will go here as well. This will be here as well. Right. So, okay. Now, this Excel sheet. Yeah, I use an Excel sheet for my waitlist this whole time, right? So a few things that you must know is that, let me just darken this a bit. It's gonna hurt my eye. It's too bright. I'm gonna have to put it on dark mode. Alright, here we go. Dark mode. There we go. So first of all, this thing is incomplete. Let's use this one. Right, this thing is incomplete. The list, I mean, the commission is finished, all the commissions are done, right? But this one's incomplete, right? But this one is not the same, is not different to where is it? Not M&M. This one. There, this is the one that I'm looking for. So, a few things to know, right? This is like my private sheet, my commission sheet. No, commission queue, I mean. This is my private commission queue. And this is the one that goes on public, right? So the reason these are censored is because, like, one, it's for obvious privacy reasons, right? But mostly because these have IRL names. So because of that, on my public commission queue on my website, I use code names. So it would make sense now, like why they're code names and why they're vague, right? It's for privacy, right? So this one would be this, and the status is like this or ongoing, and so on, or priority, right? So that's what this sheet is about, right? Now, okay, let's start from the beginning, right? Let's start from the beginning, right? So in the beginning, I remember this, right? I remember how I started commission was 2Ds. I'll show you. My God, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I did not mean to press that. Okay. So in my early days, early days, like I'm talking way back, right? My way back. Take a look at this. This is ancient. This was my first ever commission sheet. Right? This thing was, when was this? June 23, 2020. Oh my God. It's like all the way back. This is my first commission sheet. And this was my rate. $25 US. And I only accept PayPal. You see that? That's my old watermark. That's crazy. That's my old watermark. Does anyone here remember when I still use this watermark? I don't think so. I don't think anyone here still remember when I still use this watermark, right? So that was my earliest commission sheet, the first ever, right? And then as I got better, I upgraded. Like I have more options and I have more on my portfolio now, right? And it got bigger, and then I got this, right? And then I got this, right? And then I think I've had other like sheets, but I just cannot find it, right? And then that leads to this one during 2021, right? So on 2021, I opened commission, and it says here 6th season. So that means, you know, this is the 6th time I open. So this is the 6th time I opened myself to do commission work, right? So when I started this, I had low expectations. I had low expectations and I have very low experience. Experience in terms of business, right? Business experience, right? Because when I first opened commission, like back then, right, I did not have any orders immediately, right? I had to wait 3 days until I got my first ever commission. So that's like literally the start of my career, right? So when I opened this and I had my updated prices and all that, I made myself a little more expensive because I learned to take pride of my work. I learned to, like, you know, be proud of myself, basically, right? And I thought, okay, but I'm still gonna put my expectations low, you know. So I was not expecting anything, right? And the time I opened, I was hella demanded. I was hella demanded. My DM was filled, right? My DM is filled. And it might sound like a flex, but hear me out for a while, right? It might sound like a flex, but hear me out for a while, right? So it was 2021, right? And that was the time of COVID, the freaking pandemic. Christ. And I was living with my grandparents, right? I was living with my grandparents. And oh, I remember, I think I did not announce it to my community. I was keeping it a secret from my community. I remember this, right? I was keeping it a secret from my community. But at that time, I already dropped out of college. Right? And I had to keep that a secret. I think if some of you remembered why I keep that a secret, it's because I don't want to influence my viewers that, yeah, you don't need the college degree, yeah, drop out, yeah, college sucks, right? I think online and the internet at the time, there was a rise in content where people are saying like, you don't need a degree, you don't need that, this and that, you don't need it, it's just a paper, be a freelancer, something like that, right? And I don't want to be one of that. I don't want to be one of that, right? But online and on YouTube especially, they're encouraging people, or not exactly encouraging, but they're trying to destigmatize the idea that destigmatize the idea of being a dropout, right? Especially here in the Philippines, if you are in Asia, right, and if you're a Filipino, right, and then you drop out, you're a failure. It's heavily stigmatized here, right? I mean, at the time. I think now there is a growing acceptance for dropouts from my experience, because I opened up to a lot of people that I dropped out. But I think there's been more acceptance to drop out nowadays, right? But I think at the time I had the idea that if you're a dropout, you're a failure. If you're an artist, you're a failure. Right? Oh my god. You have no job. You're a failure. So guess what? I'm a dropout. I'm an artist, and I'm a freelancer. I am everything. I am the worst nightmare. I am your Filipino parents' worst nightmare. Right? I'm a shut-in as well. Because if I'm an artist, I may as well be a shut-in. If I'm an artist, I may as well be a shut-in. I'm in my room drawing. Right? I may as well be a shut-in as well. So that's why I had to keep this a secret. Because, one, I don't want to be that YouTuber, that influencer who encourages his viewers to be a dropout and pretend like it's okay. Right? I mean, it's okay now. Like, I think there's a growing acceptance for it. But at that time, I did not want to be. Right? I did not want to be. Right? So I had to keep that a secret. I have to be careful about people like, influencing people. Like, yeah, do this life-changing decision to fucking drop out of your school. Right? I was so scared out of my life to influence young people to do this major decision. So I have to keep that a secret. Right? Anyway, Bit Character says, yep, dropping out of college is basically a death sentence for a career. Yeah. Hi, have a nice stream. Hey, Saveran, welcome to the stream and goodbye. Anyway. Okay. Hold on, what am I doing? Wait first. Okay. Anyway. What do you mean goodbye? You say hi, have a nice stream. I thought you were leaving. Okay, I think I misread it. Anyway, welcome to the stream, by the way, Sav. I'm talking about my lore. Yeah, Mitsunei the maid say this is my lore. Right? So anyway. So where was I? I was saying, yeah, keep that a secret. Cannot influence other people and like that, right? And especially I know that most of my viewers at the time, I had very young and impressionable viewers, right? Right? Because I know, right? I know at the time, I think people in my chat, they say to themselves like, hey, I'm a student, right? They're usually students. They're usually like around 13, 16, around that ballpark, right? They're around that part. I usually my stream rating is this is my stream rating. I rate myself 13 plus. I may as well become 16 plus. So, but at the time, I rated myself 13 plus, right? I was very accepting to my young viewers, like, hey, welcome to the stream, you know, and all that, you know. And they might be a bit of a nuisance, but like, I still welcome them to the community, you know. But at the time, I had young and impressionable viewers. They're kind of students, and if they are students, right, especially if they're students, I don't want to encourage them to be a dropout. So that's kind of my problem at the time. So, you know, so that's what happened to me like during December 5, 2021, right? So, back to this part. I was hella demanded. I got so many DMs. I got so many DMs, right? I got so many DMs. And so, okay, now this is where it gets sticky, because I've had people disagree with me, I had people agree with me, right? I had people who was understanding of my situation, I had people tell me I'm invalidated for this. So this is where it gets sticky. So this is the sticky part. Okay, so this is the sticky part. My parents, let's you know what? Let's use a shorter word. My family. So my family, they're businessmen. You know what? Yeah, they're businessmen. So they look into my work. They look into my work. They look at all the inquiries, right? And like I said, I have low experience in business, right? I have done some commissions at the time, right? But I still feel like it's not enough info or data for me to know like what exactly to do in most situations, right? So my family, who are businessmen, they saw what's happening with my commission business, and and you know what they did? They like to tell me what to do. Right? They like to tell me what to do, and they give me advices and all that, right? And their advice is this: accept everything. Actually, this is the part that destroyed me. Their advice was to accept everything. But I had low experience, right? I have low experience. I don't know what I was getting myself into, right? And since my family are businessmen, like surely they're more experienced at this, right? Like I should hear them out. Keep in mind, I was 20 years old. Okay, so see, okay, at the time I was 20 years old. Because the time was 2021. Right? I was 20 years old. Right? People, I think at that point, people would think I should have everything figured it out. But you know what? Like, give me some break for a bit. Like, I'm still young, and to be honest, I still don't know what I'm doing. Right? So my family, who are experienced businessmen, telling me what to do, accept everything, finish all later, right? Like I can figure it out, right? And I said, yeah, sure. You know what? Yeah, sure. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. So this is when like slotting has not crossed my mind yet, right? Like, why would I slot? I'll just take everything, right? Just take everything. Now, where is the sticky part? So, the sticky part about this thing is like this. The sticky part is this. I have been told this numerous times when I was telling this story to a lot of people. I was told this numerous times. You can only blame yourself. Like, yeah, I took their advice and I followed through what they said, and I kind of dug my own grave in a sense. I dug my own hole. I brought myself to this problem. I may as well bring myself out of this problem, right? And I can only blame myself. Like, it does not matter if I know so little and I took someone else's word for it, right? And see that I took everything except all the workload, right? Accept all that workload, right? And burn myself out. I can only blame myself because of that. That's the sticky part, right? I've had friends tell me like, "Oh, your family should have just minded their own business and not tell you to tell this." Because they don't know what it's like to be an artist. They don't know how to run a business like an artist, right? It's not like you're running a hotel or a factory where anything can be efficiently mass produced and so on, right? But the one working is only you and your hand, right? So this, whatever principle they thought about this, does not apply, and I still followed them anyway, right? So people tell me, yeah, this is the family's fault. Like, they give you an advice that does not work on the same business and expertise as you do, right? We have completely different business principles and business ethics, But on the other hand, I've had people tell me like, yeah, you can only blame yourself. Like, even if you cannot blame your family for taking their word and all that, right? You should have known better, and you basically have no excuses, right? I'm still trying to process this, like, who's in the right, who's wrong, and which is the correct one, right? I'm still trying to process it, like, which would it be? Is it them or me, But if it were me, I'm still figuring that out. I'm going to be honest, I'm still figuring that out, right? Let's read chat for a bit. Are we done already? What do you mean by that? Zombie Plays, welcome to the stream, Zombie Plays. I wonder how 99% of artists are shut-ins. I wonder how. I wonder how. Bit Character says, and while I get why people wanna encourage dropping out of college, it needs to be said that if you don't have a college degree, you better have a portfolio or something in lieu of a college degree. That is fair. That is fair too, right? You still need experience. You still need some kind of certification. You still need something to back you up. Like, people say, like, a degree is a way of, like, getting into the job that the degree requires. That requires that degree, right? But mostly it's about the certification that you're able to do certain things. Like, I know people are saying at the time, like, you don't need a paper to prove that you can do something, right? You don't need a college to be able to do this and that, right? But the truth is, like, you still need a paper to prove to, like, a hiring employer that you're able to do this, right? And it's evident on that paper. And that's how the industry works. That's how most of the industry works, and you have to stick by that rule, like, whether you like it or not. That's the system, They see that degree, and it kind of lines up to the expertise that they kind of need for the position. And yeah, but when it comes to, like, creatives, that's when it gets like a little muddy. Like, you could do all those things yourself, right? You can be a photographer, you can be an artist, you can still be a modeler, all those creative things. You could probably hone the skills yourself and you don't need the degree, but you need a portfolio. It's still a way to like prove that you have past experiences and all those stuff, right? And also, there are some talks back then that says like, oh, even if you have a degree, it does not guarantee you to get the job. So like, what's the point of the degree if it's not gonna get you a job anyway, right? It might seem like a waste. Right? The discourse at the time was heated, right? I'm not gonna get into it, right? I'm not gonna get into it, but I just know that the discourse at the time was heated, right? There's a lot of disagreeing and agreeing, and it's mostly politics, it's mostly economics, and like the state of the industry, right? So the industry in the Philippines is not the same as that in the Americans, that in other countries as well, right? So what works there may not work the same with me, and what works with me does not work with anywhere else, right? So it's a lot of caveat, it's a lot of nuances to consider. So I'm not gonna get into that. It's a very, how do I say this? There's a lot of things to consider. Let's just say that. Bit character says, tends to be an indoors activity. Damn, I did not think about that. Lever Boy says, accept everything. I could never see it going wrong. It went wrong like that. It's a lot of work, right? It burnt me the frick out. I'm gonna go into that in a while. I should learn from it. Learn from my mistake, please. That's why I'm doing this stream, so I can hold myself accountable, so I can teach you guys like how to do things differently, maybe lead you to the right direction and all that, right? It was not great for me at the time, and it still haunts me to this day, right? So Bit character says, yes, the best advice, just do everything, bro. Yeah, take everything and run. Take everything and run. Boy, there's 40-year-olds who have not figured shit out. 20 is nothing. That is fair. That is, you know what? That is fair. Not everyone learns the same way. Let's just leave it at that. Not everyone learns about the world the same way. Not everyone's as privileged to have access to much information, to be honest. Some people don't know what to look for either. Even if they have the access, they don't know what to look for. There's that nuance as well. A lot of nuance, basically, to say that not everyone have everything figured out, even in 20s, even in their 30s, or even as far as 50s, to be honest. Leverboy says, unfortunate part of being an adult. Bit character says, hot take. The only surefire way to understand if advice is good or not is to apply it. And you applied it and found out it does not work for you. That is kind of, you know what? That's fair. That is fair. No one else can tell you how it could work or how differently it could have been unless you tried it yourself. But my other take is that if you know it's gonna get you in trouble, you may as well tell them anyway to prevent that. But the counter take to that is like you're being too safe and you still don't know if it will actually lead to that outcome. So so it all comes back to trying it out. It all comes back to trying it out. So I kind of agree with what you said. Oh god, it's the work chart. Yeah, it's the work chart. I think you remember this chart, right? This thing. I think Chris's God remember this, right? There's a bunch of censored names and all that. Look at all the workload I have to do. Even if you have a CLG degree and take some time to freelance and it goes south and you try to get back jobs, They will still ask you about the gap years. That is, yeah, they'll still ask. They're very notorious about asking about your gap years, to be honest. I agree. I do think learning from mistakes is the best way to learn. You'll never know anything for sure. That is fair. Now, don't even bring up getting a degree doesn't guarantee a job. That is also fair too, right? You know, to be honest, when it comes to degrees, when it comes to freelance work, when it comes to anything in general, anything can be as good as you make it to be. To be honest, right? No one can tell you like how good or how bad or how inefficient or how efficient is, how effective or ineffective is. Only you yourself can make it as good as you can make it, right? Like, I can only make this artwork as good as I want it to be if I have enough willpower, effort, time, or whatever that is, right? The same with jobs, the same with life, everything in life. You know, you can make your life as good as you want it or not. You know, it's up to the choices you make, to be honest. You know? I've seen people who have done so much with so little, and I've seen people who have done so little even if they have so much. It's insane. It all boils down to ambition, willpower, time, all those stuff. How you take care of yourself and how you take care of your work. You know? Fun fact, even jobs I've gotten is because my grandmother did the nails and the hair of the local upper management. Nepotism for the win. That's what I've been told. Okay, that's what I've been told. Is like it's not what you know, it's who you know. Nepotism is like a crazy, popularly cult classic strategy. To be honest, the degree to job pipeline is viable, and it was a guarantee 30 years ago, but not anymore. That. You know what they say? It's like the things that works before does not work the same way now. Like, you know, times are changing, like industry is changing, like it's a different world now. Like, can you imagine? You can, like, back then you can make it out. Like, how do I say this? I'm not gonna get too deep into economics, right, and history and all that, right? But there's a lot of nuances. Let's say that. But yeah, generally you're right. Like the things that used to work back then does not work the same way now, right? I'm not gonna get too deep into that. I'm gonna leave it at that. 30 years ago, we barely had smartphones. That's crazy. I know. You know, imagine the boomers saying like, oh, back in the day we don't have Google, we don't have smartphones, we don't have AI or whatever, we can make do with what little we have. And they call it a flex. Christ. Anyway, so coming out from this, I'm still conflicted about this entire discourse, the entire thing, right? This entire thing, Christ, I'm still conflicted about. Right. So, you know, this entire thing I'm still conflicted about. But what I do know is this, right? What I do know is this. Somehow, and for whatever reason, I got into this problem. You got into it. You got into the problem. Right? So, no matter, so this is what I learned, okay? No matter who brought me into the problem, either myself or my family's wrong, unqualified advices, no matter who or whatever I'm told, right? The fact of the matter is, I got into the problem. So this is when I learned to live in the present. Right? So let's live in the present for the moment, right? I got into the problem. Now the next question is, how do I get out of it? Right? So, and I know this is the key to get out of my solution, right? Like, forget blaming anyone. Forget blaming myself. Forget blaming my family. Doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is I got myself into the problem, right? Like, I'm not saying it's not my fault. But I'm saying it's my responsibility. Right? This is the thing that I learned. Right? It may not be my fault. Maybe it is my fault. Or maybe not. But it doesn't matter. It's still my responsibility. At the end of the day, it's still my responsibility. And that responsibility is finish what I started. Finish what I started and get the job done. Right? So that's what I learned. Right? That's what I learned. No matter I put myself into this problem, maybe I still feel compelled to think that I brought myself into the problem, to be honest, you know? I still feel that, you know? But people saying, like, you have to be less harsher to yourself and be more forgiving to yourself, that I didn't know any better and all that, right? Like, I appreciate all those things. I appreciate all those, my friends and some of my other family who tell me that thing, like, give yourself a break, you didn't know any better, and all that, right? I appreciate all that. But I still think that I brought myself into this. But no matter what, it's still my responsibility, and that I have to finish what I started and get the job done. So, this is the ultimate thing that I need to do, get the job done. So I brought myself into this. I said yes to everything, following whatever my family told me, right? I said yes to everything, and I'm like, let's do it. I am not running away. I am not ghosting anyone, and whenever I'm asked of refund, I have to, right? So I still kept my integrity, right? I still got everyone in touch, you know. I'm not gonna be one of those artists that got cancelled for being like running away with the money and all that, right? So whenever they ask, I'm still responsive. I have to be. Like, I have to be. It's my business, you know? It's the least I can do. Like, you know, it's the least I can do is like respond to the messages, right? If I don't, and I don't give any reason at all, like, that's when it starts to get fishy, right? The least I can do is like respond to messages, and I still am. Now, so moving on from that, right? Can you imagine the stuff that I had to go through, right? So I remember this number, right? I remember this number. I had 14 in line, right? I remember the talk that I had with my family. I remember this, right? My family, they would be like, "Hey, how many you got? How many you got left?" And then I would say 14. And then they'll say this again. And I said, okay, 13. Like I'm doing progress. Like, I'm actually fulfilling jobs, right? And then they'll say it another time. I'm down to 12, right? And I'll say, they'll ask one more time. Okay, I'm down to 11, right? Like, I'm doing progress, right? At the time, since, you know, I just have to be able to finish them, right? And my art style back then was extremely simple art style. I remember, I think even over this one was part of the queue. This This one was part of the queue too. This is Overlord, Game Overlord. He was part of the queue, right? This was also the part of the queue, right? So I was finishing this and that. But if you notice, they're so much simpler. There's not much detail and all that. I mean, there's still a lot of details, right? But my technique at the time was a lot of copy pasting, a lot of simpler details. It's just mostly flowy lines, but it's not as detailed as I do now with Mythos, right? This one was also part of the queue. This one too, and all that, right? So, but I remember in this bar, right? They will ask this one, right? They will ask this, like, hey, how many you got? I still got 11. I still got 11. And then they ask me one more time, 11? I still have 11. One more time. It's 11. I still have 11. And I'm like, I can feel it. It's sinking into me that this is a lot harder than I thought. This is a lot harder than I thought. I'm like stuck to this one order. I'm trying to remember what the order was. Right? I don't know. I'm trying to remember what the order was. But I remember saying this number over and over again. And they were so disappointed. Like, 11 again? What is happening? Like, I don't know. I maybe it's like, you know, and it's for a lot of reasons, right? I have an increase of quality. So after each commission, you know, I learn more techniques, more, you know, all that stuff, more techniques, more ways of drawing stuff, right? I learned those things, right? But I also have like a thinking that more wait time means higher expectation. This is what broke me. This is what kinda broke me, right? So I was thinking, oh, the more my client waited, I'm thinking that they have a higher expectation that it will get better and better after each piece. So you can imagine the gap of expectation. You can imagine the gap of expectation. The longer it takes, the more I would think like my quality should be exponentially better. And guess what? It can lead to like a burnout. It could leave me like having anxiety of like, what if it's not worth the wait? Is it worth the wait? Right? Especially this one. Is it worth the wait? Is my artwork worth waiting for? Right? Can you imagine that? Like, this is mind-boggling. This is the one that like ruined my mind for the past 3 years. Is my art like worth the wait? Like, I don't know. And I didn't even ask them. This is the kind of thing that I concluded myself. That not really concluded myself, but the thing that I have to deal with and think of for myself. I'm just the only one talking to myself about this thing. It's this thing is mind-boggling, dude. This is mind-boggling. You can feel like how shaky I get. Like, is it worth the wait? No. Like, they've been waiting for a long time already. It's been how many months now, right? Oh my god. So, you know. So, now here are some more things, right? I got more. Okay, you know what? Now this is chapter 2. Okay, so this is gonna be chapter 2. Let's all this sink in for a bit. I know this is a lot of information to take in. So let's cut from here, take a break from here, before I get into chapter 2. Let's read chat for a bit. I wanna read chat for a bit, okay? Bit character says, but I'd say one thing, Nick. You've literally taken on an injuriously heavy workload. You did this. You survived, so now you know what your limits are, and if you're gonna do it again, you'll survive. That is something. Yeah, you know what? I agree. That is something relieving to hear, to be honest. Like, I know I'm told, I've read this numerous times, you know, that you survive 100% of your worst days. You survive 100% of all your days, even the bad ones, and even the lowest ones, you know. I could do this. Like, I've survived it. Like, I've been through this, and I know everything will be okay. You know? That's kind of reassuring to hear. But character says, I'd say it was worth it to understand certain things about yourself. You know, when it comes to this, I've been told by another artist friend tell me that, hey Nick, you know, your art is so unique. No one has done this the way you do. Like, it's so detailed. It takes so many layers. All that stuff. And then you have to animate it as well. Like, you know, it's worth the wait. You are unique, you know? And if anyone has to want a piece from a unique artist like yourself, you know, they have to be patient, right? So this discourse, okay, this thing is very split, right? It's very split, right? There is the pro artist thing. You would say you're unique, right? They should be willing to wait. But if it was a business, there is the pro customer take. Not really pro customer, pro consumer is the right word. The pro consumer thing is like they paid for it. You know? You may as well deliver it like within a set deadline and all that. So you have deadline, need the product on hand already. Right? And not to mention, they're creators. They're streamers too. Keep in mind, some of my commissions are overlays. Overlays, right? Overlays too, especially overlays. Some of them were live 2D as well. So they need the assets. And guess what? The lifespan of streamers are limited. The lifespan of streamers are limited. Some of them, especially in the VTubing space, they retire as early as like after 1 year later, right? Like, they're not gonna be streamers forever. They have a real life too. Some of their business does not last that long enough to wait for me to finish, right? I've heard stories of Nijisanji artists, right? They get commissioned and then they couldn't finish it, but the streamer is saying like, yo, you can take your time and all that, right? But then they would graduate. They have their graduation announcement, and suddenly the artist is like, ooh, I have to finish this before they graduate, right? I've heard that story when it comes to Mr. Rias. You know Mr. Rias from Nijisanji. You know, if I heard this story from Baglets on YouTube talked about it on his video that he was commissioned by Mr. Rias, and he's been told numerous times like, yeah, he can take his time, right? But then his graduation announcement came in, so he absolutely cannot take his time. Like in his mind, he's thinking, I cannot take my time, I have to get it finished. But for Mr. He's saying like, yeah, you can take your time, like, no worry about it. But your lifespan as a streamer cannot wait. They cannot wait. So, you know, and then they'll graduate, they'll never receive the artist, and now what? It's in the ether, you know. So I can understand this too, and I can understand this too, right? But again, my mind was so focused on this idea. My mind was so focused on this idea. I would take this for like consolation. You know, a lot of my friends would take this stance for like to console me and assure me like, you know, it's okay. Like, you know, like I get it. Like I also recognize that my style is something to be, you know, to how do you call something to be, for lack of better term, desired. You know, a lot and people say that like it's different, like, and I recognize that, like, you know, not to be egotistic, but that's what I'm told. Like, your stuff is different, bro. Like, Nick, like, you're very unique. Like, they should be willing to wait. Like, but I'm always thinking about this. You know. And it's a business. At the end of the day, it's the business. You know. I'm trying to run a business. They cannot absolutely wait for a long time. You know. But I appreciate it when my friends tell me this thing. You know. Christian God says, don't worry, Nick. I'll always be here to say stop overworking yourself, jackass, for many years to come. Your biggest issue seems to be that you try harder and harder with each piece to surpass or at least try new stuff on your previous work, which results in newer pieces taking longer and you exhausting yourself with the effort and mentality of this isn't good enough or I'm taking too long. Why? That is most fair, to be honest. That is most fair. Like this exponential like slope of like expectation and like thinking if I'm worth the wait and all that is like, it's killing me. Like, you know, people tell me like, okay, you have the sheet, right? People are telling me, right, you have the sheet, right? Sheet quality. And this quality is bound to the sheet, right? So that means your expectation. Okay, so what I learned is that your expectation should be limited to this, whatever is on my sheet, right? Not on my hidden growth. Not based on the things that I've worked on myself in secret or the things I've learned between pieces and like that. Like the quality should remain on what the sheet has shown, right? It's not gonna be like after each piece, right? People tell me that, and I kind of agree. Like, yeah, I like they saw the sheet, they expect that quality. It should remain that same old quality, right? Even if it's old, even if you've outgrown it. Right, it should remain that. Like, I'm told that, but it's not within my integrity. Okay, it's not within my integrity. Do I hold back quality? This is like my big deal. And I make a big deal out of this. Maybe this is the perfectionist in me. This is the perfectionist in me saying like, do I want to hold back quality? Like, do I really, really want to hold back quality? Like, these artworks are going to last for as long as it stays on the internet, right? People are gonna look back on it and look at my stuff and be like, it took him this long to have this subpar quality artwork, right? And he's intentionally holding back. Like, do I really want to do that? Right? But what I learned after all this, holding back quality or not, it has to be finished. It just has to be. It has to be finished. It has to be finished, right? At the time I don't have it in me to like, oh, do I really want to hold back? I've been told numerous times like, hey, you should like cut back the detail, cut back on the details, cut back on the details. You're putting too much stuff that I don't think your clients are gonna notice. I've been told that numerous times, right? Like, Nick, like, look at those details. I don't think they're gonna notice that. Right? And I agree. Like, yeah, I'm making details that's gonna be hidden anyway. Like, what am I doing, right? But no matter what, it has to be finished anyway, right? So I learned this like much later on, and I have to let go of this, right? I have to let go of this perfectionistic idea that it has to be better each time, and I should not hold back, and this is gonna like stay in the internet for a long time. It must be. Guess what? What I was thinking about this is future proof. I was thinking of future proofing my work. Right? No matter what I worked on, who I worked with, and all that, it has to be beautiful. I'm always thinking that. And it tired the hell out of me. I recognize that. I was always thinking like it has to be future proofed as heck. Added with the expectation, added with my being as an artist, like it should capture like the stages of what I am as an artist and all that, right? But then I have to learn this is the ultimate thing, right? This is the ultimate thing. It has to be finished. At the end of the day, it just has to be, right? Emrys, welcome to the stream. I think I'm late. Yeah, it's fine. Neverboy says, I do think it's up to the client and also the artist. If the client knows it will take long and agree, and the artist should work with those who are able to work with their pace, communication is key. That is also true. Communication is key, right? So, no matter who told you this thing, right? No matter who told you this thing, it's up to the client and artist. And that's right. That's right. It's up to the client and artist. Communication. So, thankfully, and I did that. I reached out to some of the artists who waited too long. No, not artists. I reached out to some of the clients who waited too long, right? And I gave them an offer. Like, hey, I know you waited too long, and I'm just about to get to your part, or maybe I'm just about to get to you after this amount of client, right? Are you still willing to wait? I can offer a refund if you want, and so on, like that, right? And guess what? Some of them offered a refund. Some of them still say like, hey, I'm still willing to wait. And it's a lot of weight off my chest. Like, oh my god, thank god I'm reassured. Like, some of my clients are still okay with the waiting. My clients are okay with a refund, because it's the way off the both of us. We agree to that, right? Whenever, when I was reached out to do refunds, I was like, oh, finally. I didn't even take it negatively. I was like, oh god, thank you. The workload off my shoulders. I mean, I still feel devastated. I still feel that. But majority of the feelings goes to like being relieved that I don't have to do it anymore, right? And the agreement is mutual. The agreement is mutual because the client understands that I have so much work to do and I'm so busy and my mental is not doing well anymore. So they understand that I should not worry about it anymore, right? It's mutual, right? And we leave that at a positive note, right? They all left that on a positive note, and it's great, right? So I refunded some. You know what? I'm gonna be really transparent, right? One of them said keep the money. Right? I am very conflicted about this one. Right? And I was told this very positively, like in a very welcoming fashion. I was told you should keep the money. It's okay. I know that, right? And I was conflicted. Like, are you sure? Like you waited so long, and I didn't deliver, and here you are. You're saying that I can keep the money. At the time, it was $80. It's $80. I'm gonna be transparent with you. It's $80. Right? It's $80. To some people, it's a lot of money. To some people, it's not a lot of money. Everyone values this amount differently, right? So it's very subjective. But I was told this, and I was conflicted. Like, why? Like, is it okay? Like, and they said, yeah, it's fine. Like, I can still deliver it, right? But that's out of like my own like volition, But they're okay with nothing at all. I'm very confused, But I have to take their word for it, Like I don't have to force myself into this anymore. I'm still conflicted about this. I might just do a simple fan art for them, I might just do that. But I don't know. I'm still conflicted. I may as well, make a very simple fan art just to like, to repay the guy, right? Yeah. But your point is, but to get back to your point is like, yeah, it's up to the client and artist, and communication is key, right? Just so that, because this whole thing, to be honest, this whole thing, it's more self-talk. This entire thing is just self-talk, right? About myself, like how I think others think about me. But at the end of the day, it's just me thinking about what others think. It's insane. It's an insane concept, thinking what others think. Only you can come up with that conclusion. Like, open yourself up, like communicate, right? I had to learn that. Right? So, you're right. Communication is key. I think that artists should get comfortable abandoning pieces. Even 80% of the way there is good enough. Because your current skill to get to that 80% could be your future self 40% skill. And to get to the future skill, you need to make more 80% pieces faster than fewer 15% pieces. That's gonna take me a while to comprehend that, to be honest. That will take me a while to comprehend that. But I appreciate it. Mission made real, yeah. Severin says, I will rewatch the VOD later. I feel bad, so bye. And have a nice stream. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Sav. Welcome, and thank you for stopping by. I'll see you around, yeah. Bit character says, basically, in my opinion, a sharper upward trajectory of multiple great pieces is always better than a slower upward trajectory of almost perfect pieces, because your current almost perfect pieces will never be as good as your future pieces that are great but not almost perfect. That I will have to sit on that. But I'm leaning towards agreeing that, you know, I will sit on that, but I'm leaning towards agreeing that. You know, I super appreciate it. Now, anyway, now, okay, now, chapter 2. Here we go. Chapter 2. It's going to get even more stickier. It's going to get even more stickier. Right? Because we're gonna talk about, guess what? This is the stickier part, and this is when I think more people are leaning towards disagreeing with what I have done, right? This is where more people start to disagree with what I've done, and I will take full accountability of what has happened, right? But and I try to be as fair to everyone as much as possible. So let's get into it. Anyway, Bit Character says, and I do apologize if I sound preachy talking about this helped me crystallize my own thoughts, but how I do and how I work. It's fine, don't worry about it, that's fine. Okay. This is the stickier part. Because while I was doing this commission, right? While I was doing this commission, I still do contests. I still do contests. This is where the Nux and Vishoujo contest goes into. Right? And even with that, I still accepted more commissions. Right? It's not a lot, but if you've known my quality and how long it takes, I would consider it's a lot for one order. Right? This includes Nux as well. And this includes Mythos. Right. So this is the extremely stickier part that had a lot of people disagree with what I did as a commission artist, as a freelance artist, and for my business, you know, and for my integrity as well. It severely damaged me, right? And I tried to like sweep it under the rug, try to win over everyone as it happens, right? I still try to win everyone, right? And I was thinking like I was overestimating myself. I was thinking I could probably finish everything even while this is happening, right? So just when things get scummier, it gets scummier, you know, it gets scummier, it gets messy, and it gets blurry, you know. And I'm gonna own it, right? I'm gonna own it, right? I'm gonna own it. I'm gonna admit about what's to happen here, right? Now, even with this, I have a few NDA things that I'll have to skip out on, you know. So please understand that, right? Now, let's okay, this is gonna be a sticky part. Let's get into it. So let's look back at my timeline, okay? Because I'm gonna try to do this in chronological order, so you know. There we go. See that? July 20, 2022. I posted this on Instagram. July 20, 2022. I think There. Last July 14, the biggest collab ever would hit New York. It's a massive honor to make this piece. So, it was July 14, 2022. Right? When the piece would hit New York. So, imagine this. Right? So, December 5, 2021. So, now we're into July 2022, right? I think it was around, I'm trying to remember. I was reached out, Manox. Right? So let me just recount a few events real quick. When did this contest happen? November 12th. Oh, it happened before the commission. Okay, got it. This thing happened before the commission. So, okay. So the timeline is this. November of 2021, Nox had an art contest. December of 2021, I opened commission, right? I opened commission, right? This and around 2022, winners announced. So, if you remember the timeline of events, if you remember the timeline of events, it's around here. Alright? If you remember timeline of event, it's around here when Nox had a beef with Vishojo. Do you remember that? It was insane. Alright? This is the part when Nox had me as profile picture. It's insane. I can remember the event as a profile picture, banner, what else? He even transformed my artwork into his overlays, stream overlays, for a very, very short time. Right? He even used my art as merch. Right? But while that was happening, he was having a beef with Vishojo, if you remember that. Right? I can remember the amount of drama videos, right? Turkey Tom, right? I think, yeah, like Turkey Tom made a video summarizing the Nox versus Vishojo events, right? And my profile picture, it shows up on this video. Like, oh my god, that's me. Like, do you remember that? I was doing that SpongeBob meme, right? That there's this TV, and then SpongeBob is there, right, with the hat. And then there's the hand pointing like, oh, that's me. There it is, Gary, that's me. I was thinking like that, right? So anyway, so that's where the timeline of events, right? So winners was announced, right? So I was awarded $1,000. That was the first prize winner. Right, as I was awarded $1,000. Right, so that's the timeline. So, I need you to know this context because this is gonna set the snowball rolling. This is where the snowball starts to roll, and because of this, this is when some of you guys become familiar with me, like Bit Character, yeah. This is where you learned about me, right? This is where you learned about me. Lever Boy, I was there. You were there. It was a monumental moment for me, right? For me and my community. We were celebrating it so hard, right? It was awesome, dude. Like, I remember it. So, right. Now, Now, okay. It was so hype, dude. Because at the time, I looked up to him. I'm like, oh my god, Nox Taku, let's go. You know? And then he had a beef with Vishojo. I'm like, oh god, hell no. What's happening? and I and so after the beef with Vishojo like toned down, right? That's when he released the video announcing the winner, right? So when it toned down, right? He made a video announcing the winners, right? And I think he did that strategically to not affect like other creators who support him, right? So he had to like wait for that to slow down. That's why the announcement took so long. Can you imagine? Like I waited like 3 months until the announcement was out, right? So, and then I was awarded $1,000 and like that, right? After this, right? I got more recognition. This is when Nox viewers starts to come to me. This is when Nox friends starts following me on Twitter. So I know people, they come to me and they mention like, hey, Chibidoki follows you, Cottontail follows you, Meowmooney follows you. I'm like, it should make sense now, right? I'm gonna stop like glazing my follows, but like it is what it is, right? So this is how I got my recognition, right? And you know, it happened around that time, right? But when this was posted, it was posted around here, right? So guess what? It fuels this, right? It fuels this. So that could also explain like why suddenly when I opened it, I got a bunch of more orders, because when I posted it, and then I posted this the month after, right? It got flooded in. So some of these are Nox fans orders. Some of these orders are from Nox fans, you know. That's why I got a bunch of orders, right? So where does the sticky part come from? Like now you're wondering, okay, where's the sticky part? Right? You enter the contest before opening your commissions, right? Where does the sticky part come from? Like, yeah, it's before the commission, right? So the timeline is, so that's when we get to here. That's when we get to this part. This is after I opened commission. I was reached out by Nox, right? Now this is the scummy part. The scummy part is this. I still have commission. I still have commissions, and I still accepted more. And I not exactly accepted more, but yeah, I accepted more, but I accepted Nox in particular. That's the scummy part, right? So, you know, I have people who are split in the opinion, right? Now again, opinions are split, right? I have people tell me, there's no blame because you were like starstruck, and it's a big guy, you know. Big guy equals big pay. You know, get that bag, you know. And it probably helps the portfolio and all that, right? Now, there's another side. I blame you though. I blame you. This is a scummy practice. You still have work to do. And you know what? When I'm weighing in the scale, when I'm weighing the scale, I think this is heavy. Like, I agree with this. Like, I still have work to do. Like, why would you let Nux, buy you out? You still have work to do, right? But at the time, I was so blindsided with this. What if it's a once in a lifetime opportunity? Right? I don't think it's gonna ever come up with me again. Like, I look up to Noxtaku, like I kind of idolize him at the time, and he's a big guy, he pays, and he really likes my stuff. And to think he's gonna become my loyal client, right? It's kind of a big deal for me, right? But you know what? Even after all this, I still think of this. Like, bro, you still have work to do. Like, what the hell, right? And I agree. Like, I super agree with this, but I still went on with this anyway, you know. It was peak era. Yeah, it was like my peak at the time. Like, I never thought this would happen, to be honest. Bit character says, and I lost in the next contest. Oh my god, you were my competitor. We didn't know each other at the time, but we were competitors. Bit character says, I get it, but I think that if someone pays more, they absolutely get priority regardless of previous commissions. That's the sticky part, right? Like, would I let myself be swayed by money? Like, in expense of other people in line, in expense of like the integrity of my business. Like, would I let that happen? I don't think a lot of people agree. That's why the opinions are so split about this thing, right? Like bro, I look up to this guy and I'm gonna let him buy me out. Like, if he buys me, like, he's gonna buy my time away from working on this, right? Now, there are economic reasons as well. This is when it starts to become a necessity, right? People will say, oh, there's bills to pay, there's food to buy, food to eat, and all that, and to support the family, right? Now, this is when it gets sticky. This is when it's gets weird in debate, right? About this whole practice, right? Like, even with this, is it worth sacrificing your business? Worth sacrificing the integrity of your business? Right? Like, even with that, like, do you still think it's worth it, right? And yeah, like, I don't want to add guilt into this whole talk. I don't want to add more guilt into this thing, right? But these are real, like, issues. Like, I have to deal with this, right? I was told to pay the bills. I had to buy food for the family and support them and all that, right? Now, I'm also thinking, like, you know what? If this is your problem, okay, here's another thing. Like, if this is such a problem, you know what? So here's another thinking, right? If this is such a problem, why not work faster? Finish faster, and that will finish faster, and that will satisfy everyone, right? If I'm able to finish faster, right, like, I should be able to satisfy everyone. Like, it will feel like the commission of Nux will feel like a fleeting thing, and no one will notice, like, oh, this guy took extra time but it's not noticeable because he finished fast anyway, right? Like, you know, if I finish fast, like, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Like, it wouldn't be that noticeable, right? So guess what? So guess what? It leads me back to this. Leads me back to this. I am so stuck into this thing, right? And it still took time, right? At this point, people will say this is a skill issue, right? It's such a skill issue that I did not work fast enough. I still took time and all that, you know, and it still took time away from working with what I currently have just to work with someone else, and it took a lot of time, right? Skill issue, right? I should have done it faster, you know. Maybe I should hold back on quality, you know. Or maybe if I was aware of this, you know, if I was aware of this, then that means I knowingly dug my own grave. Right? That means I knowingly dug my own grave, because if I'm aware of my own skill issue and my own limitations, I just knowingly dug my own grave. And you know what? Some people are right about this. Some people are right about this. Like, yeah, I know I already took long enough and I still took someone else in. It's my fault, to be honest. Right? Some people, you know, some people will say, like, you got reached by Nux, but your bio says commission closed. Why did he even reach you if he knows that you're close? Like, does he think he has leeway into you because you're his fan? I don't know. That's quite a speculation, to be honest. You know, like, you know my bio on Twitter, okay? You know my bio on Twitter, it says comms close. People could read that. Nux could read that. Like, why did he still reach into me? Like, that's also a sticky part. Like, but even if I did say that, I still accepted him anyway. So that's also on me, you know. Let me read chat for a bit. Yo, Marshall, welcome to the stream. What the fuck? It's a jellyfish, and it's not just a regular jellyfish. It's NicJellie, the Filipino PH-based virtual jellyfish VTuber from the Filipino islands of the Philippines. That's quite an introduction. Michine says, that looks kind of unfair. Like, yeah, they asked first and stuff. Yeah, I that's why. This is the sticky part, but you know. Liverboy says, no, the crash out and streamless era. Yeah. So this is the part where I stop streaming. This is the time when I stop streaming. You will notice a huge gap when I stop streaming, right? Maybe after celebrating the Billboard commission, right? This is the era where I stop streaming, right? Right? But we'll get into that later, okay? So anyway, so I accepted the commission anyway, and I got to New York. And you can see, like, oh my god, this is Nux, and this is the man Nux. That's me. That's me. I'm like pointing like a, you know, like the Wojak. That's me. I still accepted anyway, and you know, some people praise me for it, like, hey, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't blame you, you know. This guy is pretty big and he pays you a lot of money, so you may as well. It's fine, right? But part of me feels so guilty about it. Maybe no, not part of me. A whole lot of part of me is guilty about this, you know. Like, I got a lot of praise about this. Thankfully, not really thankfully. Where was I going with that, actually? But behind the scenes, okay? Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I've been telling that to myself. My family has been telling that to me, and my friends has been telling that to me. Like, what the hell, man? Damn, what a thing that you do. Like, you're gonna get called out for that, right? I know, I was fearing for my life. So after this, I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's lock in. Let's lock in. Get back on track. Right, let's get back on track. Like, you know what? After this, like, yeah, my clients deserve it. Like, I gotta lock in and get back on track. So, you know, where is it in here? So after this, I finished the Raylist commission, right? I finished this other commission as well. Now, okay, now you saw it, right? Now you know what's coming next. Now, this is what comes up next. Are you ready? Are you ready for the next part? It's about to get even stickier. Oh god, it gets stickier from here, right? Let's read the chat for a bit. I'd say that if the people complaining about the priority list are loyal customers, then it's somewhat agree with their complaints about. I'd say that it's absolutely reasonable to prioritize high paying. To prioritize high paying means that I can just be bought out of the slot, bought out of like working for other people, right? I know there are people who can disagree with that. Like, yeah, you will be bought. That means prioritize high paying. That means it's not first come first serve anymore. It means that you just sold yourself to the highest bidder. Like, you're basically a sellout at that point, you know? I would think that for myself. Bit character says, because you are running a business whose purpose is to make money. That is fair. You know, that is still fair. I have people tell me that they agree. Like, hey, like, you know, you're running a business and you know, it's only fair that you need money. Like, hell, you need to pay the bills and eat food, right? Like, yeah, you need money. It's okay to want money, right? It's a necessity at this point, right? So I'm like split on that. Like, the opinions I'm told are so split, like to agreeing and disagreeing, and it's a matter of integrity or necessity, you know. Marcel Cruz says, at the end of the day, it's the business service. It's still mostly about getting the most value or resource. That is fair. But the thing with the customers, I think they should know prior how the priority works. If it's either first customer, first commission, or priority based on money. You know, that's also what I lack, right? I still took the job without communicating to my clients like, hey, there's some other guy that paid me a higher. I did not tell them that. I was so scared. You know, I was so scared to say that to them. I was like, I don't think nah, none of them know. So that's the scummy part, right? I didn't tell them about it. I was so scared. I was like, do I really have to tell them like, hey, this guy paid me more money and I know you kind of waited several months now, but I want to work with this guy, so it's such a scummy thing for me to say. And I still did it anyway without telling them either, which is worse. You know? It's worse. But I still did that anyway. I don't know. Up to you guys if you agree with that or not. Right? I think I think, yeah, that's why I'm saying this is the most disagreeable part. This is where I'm like told like very like polar opinions, you know. I have a bit character says, I think that if someone is paying extra and you take that money and then say sorry, I have a queue, that disrespect to them and the extra money they paid. That is also valid. That is also valid. I feel that it's more disrespectful to the people in queue. That's also valid. Oh, that's also valid. This is just me, right? But I think about the people who already are in the queue. It's disrespectful to them. You shouldn't take the extra money at all without queue's knowledge. Yeah, I agree. This is why I am so split about it. Like, you guys have valid points. Like, yeah, prioritize queue or prioritize where more money is at. Like, I don't know. Right? I was so split about. But okay, you know what? It's done. Right? It's happened. Right? So I don't have a queue anymore. My business with Nox is over. So right now we're talking about history. Right? We're talking about history. It's already done. But at the time I was so conflicted about it. But it's over. That's the best part. It's over. Like, I'm sorry. This happened. This is why my mental was so low. This is why I was so conflicted with my morality, with my business, and like, and all that, right? And I still think about it to this day, and this will be something that I might have to reflect on in the future, right? I'm still trying to find the middle ground, or I have to be absolute on an opinion. If that's the case, like if I cannot have a middle ground, I will have to be absolute on one thing, even if I hate it, right? And I'm still figuring that out, right? But it's over. That's the best part. It's over. It's over now, and I don't think, you know. Yeah, it's over. Basically that. It's over, right? It's finished, and you know, I can relax. Thankfully, I can relax. It's no longer my problem, right? And I have a solution from this day forward, and I'm gonna talk about that in the end of the stream. So, you know, just hear me out for now, and let's go over like what exactly happened, right? This is why I have to talk about it. This is why I have to talk about it, because, you know, the things that I'm told and the things that I think you guys might be about to say, are about to say, is conflicting. That's why I have such a conflicting history when it comes to this particular commission, right? It brought light to about like a lot of like business issues, my integrity, and the things that I agree or disagree on, the things I'm told, the things I'm advised, the things from experienced people, and the things that are invalid, and all that, you know. That's why I have to talk about this, right? And I'm glad that you're here and you want to participate and all that. So, you know. Anyway. Moral dilemmas to think about. Yeah, it's been a dilemma, to be honest. This entire thing that I have to deal with for the past 3 years has been a dilemma. Right? I think the fundamental problem is a dynamic schedule, but it's like probably the best way to be clear that there's a priority tier list and clear deadlines for money. That is most fair. That is most fair. I think it should be clearly stated in the portfolio how the priority works. That is most fair. That is most fair. You know what? I think, yeah, you're right. It has to be. It boils down to like the TOS, the terms of service, right? And it should be clear there that if I am bought out by someone who has more money or something like that, I reserve the right to change the priority list. I don't know. I've never done that before, and I'm still scared that people will disagree with that. But people will say, "Oh, but it's your terms of service, right?" they should agree to that before working with you so that there won't be any problems while you're working with it, right? Right. Anyway, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to a bathroom break. This has been a long talk, okay? So, the next thing I'm gonna talk about in a few minutes, it gets stickier, right? It gets stickier. This is where the Rishoujo art contest happens. The 2022 art contest. This is gonna get sticky. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take a break for a bit. And, I'll probably get some water too. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I noticed you guys have been chatting while I'm away. I'm sorry. I think it's because my situation is so polarizing that we've come to this debate. So, but again, I'm gonna remind you guys, it's finished, and I have a plan for the future to prevent this problem from happening again. Right? It's finished. So let's not worry about it anymore. Right? I mean, you're free to still talk about it and debate about it. Right? I think it's healthy if you can talk about it, debate, and come to a conclusion and all that. I think it's healthy. Right? But just understand it's done. Right? So think for yourself if it's worth talking about it or not. You know, just know that. Yeah? Just be aware of that. Yeah? Anyway. Leverboy says, might seem a little harsh or blunt, but I feel like if they disagree, they shouldn't hire you then. You gotta have your own deal breakers for your sake at least. It's the best for both client and art. That's the thing then, right? If they don't agree, they shouldn't have hired me to begin with, right? That's the thing. I also agree with that. But this happened after I got hired. Right? Can you imagine that? After I got hired, after I got paid. And I still do these things. And, you know, that's the scummy part. It feels like I'm doing some more things behind their back after I got hired. That's the scummy part. Right? So, most of the fault on chapter 2 is on me, to be honest, because I still do things without prior notice and even after being hired. So that's the thing that's conflicting about me, right? And I despise the sellout argument. People work for money, and a person's labor has to be rewarded with money. To chastise someone for prioritizing a higher pay is very disrespectful. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean you break promises for money or do unethical things for money. That is also valid, right? I do not blame people for taking sponsorships. I do not blame people for going for the highest bidder. I do not blame people for chasing money. If it's all for, like, you know, because, you know, we have economic reasons. Everyone have their economic reasons. Like, it could be greed. It could be out of necessity, you know. I don't blame people for it, you know. And on this part, people don't blame me, right? And that sometimes, you know, like I said, it can be disagreeing or agreeing, where people don't blame me to take the job or not, you know. 100% agree with you with character. The only thing, sorry, my model's weird. Agree with you with character. The only thing I'm saying is that the client should be aware of this, and you have to let them know. Yeah, that is most fair. That is most fair. Now, okay. Now. Let's get to the next part. It gets even stickier. Because when it comes to Nux, the billboard thing that I was talking about earlier, right? There's already a pay and a price that I get to earn to be hired under him, right? I'm not gonna disclose the price, because if I do, I don't think people will start getting mad about it, right? Some people are gonna be mad, some people are gonna be happy. It depends on how you value the money. But for my privacy and for his sake as well, I'm not gonna disclose the money, right? So leave it at that. Now, if you think in the previous chapter, yeah, there's a price that I could be willing to work for, but what if there is no guarantee? What about this? This is the stickier part. What if the pay is not, and I mean not, guaranteed? this is where it gets stickier. So, if you remember in the art contest, the prize is as follows. First place gets $2,000 US dollars. Second place gets $1,000. And third gets $500. Now, I am shooting for this. I am shooting for this one, right? But the thing is, it still has to be contested. It still has to be contested. I still have to be judged. And I have no guarantee I will win the contest. So, from here on out, I have no guarantee of like if I got the money or if I won the hearts of Iron Mouse and all that, right? It's basically a gamble. You know what? Art contest is a gamble. Because the judging is at the mercy of these judges, who you have no idea who the judges are and what they are looking for in an art contest and what they want to win, right? So if you have no idea about any of those metrics, I have no idea of any of those metrics. It's a gamble, right? I can make the best of the best of the best artwork in that contest and I still did not win because the judge says otherwise. But I still entered. Now this is the sticky part. This is the sticky part. The sticky part is that I joined an art contest while having a queue. That's the sticky part. Now, opinions are split, right? The opinions I'm getting are split. Like, hey, you can see this as a break. Like, Nick, you've been drawing for almost a year now. Can you imagine this contest was announced like... When was this contest announced? It was announced November, I think. This one? No, not this one. This one? So, I remember, okay, it was announced December. No, October. It was announced October. And I finished this on November 5, right? So, opinions are split. Take a break. Draw something else that is not work related. Right? And other things like shoot your shot. Shoot your shot. You know, your typical once in a lifetime opportunity. And all that, right? But the other side is, and this is the bigger argument, still got work to do. Like, what do you mean this? What do you mean this? Or what do you mean this? You still got work to do, right? And you know what? I agree with this. What? I agree with that. Like, yeah, I still got work to do. But you know what? I still did it anyway. And that is scummy of me to do. You know? I don't care what anyone tells me, right? I don't care what anyone tells me. I have decided that this is the scummiest thing I have ever done. Right? The whole contest, the duration of the contest, was 1 month. Was 1 month. The duration of the artwork was exactly the same duration, 1 month. So from announcement to finishing, to last hour, because I finished in the last hour, right? From announcement to last hour of the duration of the contest time, I work on the Vshoujo art contest, right? Without guarantee of pay, without guarantee of clout, without guarantee of anything, I still did this, right? That is by, without any debate, this is the scummiest thing I've ever done. But people will say, oh, it's just 1 month. Give yourself a break. Hell no. Hell no. Bit character says, and this is why I prefer to get paid after finishing the work unless I work with them multiple times. 100% payment upfront is understandable, but it causes too many issues in the communication. Fair. I'd say that joining an art contest while taking commission is perfectly alright, because artists still reserve the right to work on personal projects even while being commed. That is also a thing I was told about back then. Like, I think it goes in line, like, yeah, you can still do things on your own. Like, have time for yourself, Have time for yourself. I'm also told this, like, yeah, you should have time for yourself. Like, give yourself a break, right? And they tell me, well, Nick, did your clients give you a deadline? I said, well, I was, to be fair, yeah, I was not given a deadline by my clients. I was never given any deadline by my clients, right? I mean, I have a few, but they were finished, right? So at the time, all of the clients in my queue have no deadline. So they will say, oh, then you're totally within the right? You should be within your right. Like, you took time for yourself, like, take your time, right? Know what I mean? Now, again, you see, now in here, now there's more dilemma. This is exactly why this thing is also mind-boggling to me, right? Like, can I reserve the right for a time for myself from right? Even if I have a queue and all that, right? Like, is it totally within my right? Or I still got work to do. Like, why? Like, finish them. At this point, this is November of 2022, okay? This is November of 2022. Dude, November of 2022. Guess what? This is December of 2021. It's been a year. Almost a year actually. Actually, no, this is October of 2022 until November 2022, and this is December of 2021. It's been almost a year. It's 10 to 11 months after, and I still have a queue. What do you think my clients would think to be that one client who's been waiting 11 months later, and the guy you commissioned joined an art contest that took 1 extra month? Can you imagine that? It was mind-boggling for me at the time that I have to think about this and about the thing that I did, right? I was lashed out about this on private, right? Dude, why, man? Like, why? You know what I mean? Yeah, if I would commission something, I would understand. On top of that, you're still responsible for your own marketing, your own networking and personal project. A contest let you do all three simultaneously, so it's absolutely not scummy to join one. this is actually a thing I really appreciate about the VTuber community. Commissioners don't need deadlines, and that makes me really appreciate them. I am split about the VTuber communities being commissioners themselves because, like I said earlier, right? They are creators. The VTubers that commission me, they are creators, and they commission me for an asset, and it would be, I don't know, it would be out of my taste if I took so long to make an asset for them, right? Like they have to use it, right? They commissioned me live 2D models, they commissioned me overlays, right? They want to use it, right? For their streaming, make a good font, and all that. And in a way, because if they're gonna use it as part of their streaming, right? In a way, they're kind of dependent on it. They need that art, right? So I'm so split about it, right? I know that there are VTubers out there who can allow me to take my time, and they're willing to wait and all that, right? But it's just a different feeling for me if my clients are VTubers and creators themselves, and sure, they cannot wait that long. Like I said earlier with my example, like with Baglets, and Mr. Rias is about to graduate, he can take his time, but he's graduating. Like, like how would that feel for me? Like I took a year and now he's gonna graduate next 2 months later. I would be so upset with myself. That's why I'm so split about it. That's why it's like it boggles my mind still to this day, right? Now, Elmer Alejandro, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you doing? Okay, anyway. Now. Okay. Now we passed this, right? After this, now this is the part when, oh god. This is the part when the art contest is finished. So, the art contest is finished, and the winner is announced. Winners announced. Guess what? You already know this. Guess what? Winners announced. I did not win. Oh my god, it still breaks my heart to this day. I did not win. Right? But I have a story to tell about this, right? I made such a beautiful artwork, right? I've made such a beautiful artwork. It is painfully detailed, animated too, right? And it's quite a massive piece, right? It's this piece, right? I have a story about this, right? Remember when I said that the pay is not guaranteed, and I still lost anyway, but Iron Mouse reached out to me. Okay, Iron Mouse reached out to me because she loved my piece so much. She bought it. She loved my piece so much that she bought it instead, right? And I was awarded an amount that was between first place and second place. Can I disclose the price here? Because the manager allowed me to disclose the numbers. The manager of Vshoujo allowed me to talk about the story, right? And I'm planning to make this video in the future where I can properly talk about this story, about how I finished the Vshoujo art contest in 2022 and how Iron Mouse bought this piece, right? I'm planning to do that. And the manager allowed me to do this, so I'm totally within my rights. Now, I was paid $1,200. And there is so much to be had here, right? But I'm only gonna talk about the good parts. Is that I didn't leave empty-handed. I didn't leave empty-handed. That's the best thing. I did not win, but I did not leave empty-handed, and I won the heart of Iron Mouse to the point that she bought my piece, right? And I'm always gonna be grateful about this, no matter the narrative, right? So I'm leaving out a lot of details because, like, this is not necessarily gonna affect the commission thing that I was dealing with, right? But this happened, and it's great. It was great, to be honest, and this kinda contributed to the burnout I have to deal with the next following months, right? Because it's a tiring piece to make. The artwork I have to make, it's extremely tiring. Like, can you imagine? Like, this thing is extremely tiring. It's extremely tiring. So, of course, I had to be burnt out. Right? So, anyway. So, that's that. After that, I went back to my queue. So, here we are. Now, that's when it leads me to this. That's when it leads me to some of this. Right. So, I hope the music will not get me copyrighted, but whatever. Right. And this is why I feel studying art is a necessity. Studying the fundamentals and doing 9 art exercises speed up the process. That is fair, It would help, like, if I could finish faster, if I just know my fundamentals. If I know my fundamentals, I could probably do things faster, So, now, after this, I was burnt out of my mind. I was burnt out of my mind, right? And it's gonna set me back a few months, right? But even with that, I still continued my commission. And that's the end of chapter 2 and 2.5. Now, this is the stickiest part of my career. Chapter 3. This is gonna be the stickiest part of my career. And this is where I'm going to lose all support. I know it. I'm going to lose all support. It keeps getting stickier, I know. Okay? So it keeps getting stickier. I could make an essay video about this, to be honest. I could make a super eye patch wolf style video about this because of the storytelling that's going on in here. Now, anyway, it gets even stickier. So, October, November 2022 was the Bishoujo art contest, right? Now, this is when we get to it's 2023. This is 2023, a whole new year. I'm still working on commissions, right? But this is when I was first approached Mythos. This is gonna be the most time-consuming era of my life. And I think this is the stickiest thing I've ever done. Stickier than the Knox billboard, stickier than the Bishoujo art contest. This is Mythos. Now, so we have our opinions, right? We have our opinions. Like, would it be scummy if I take a job from a person I look up to, right? And still have work to do? Would it still be scummy if I take a contest and still got work to do? And would it still be scummy if a startup group approached me and I still got work to do? Can you imagine the weight I have to deal with for the next coming year with Mythos, and I still got the work to do? Has it been stickier still very recently? We'll get to that. Right? We will get to that. Okay? So this is extremely scummy of me, and I have no excuse for what's about to happen. I'm still being told that I have my reasons why it's okay to take the job for Mythos. I have friends who tell me like, hey, you know, it's a big opportunity, I do not blame you. Right? All those kind of stuff. The same excuses, same reasons. I'm told by my friends like, hey, it's a big thing. It's a once in a lifetime. You kind of deserve this, you know, because it might be super helpful for your portfolio, right? I don't blame you if you take the job for Mythos. I have been told that, even while I still got work to do. How dare you, Nick? So, I am going to miss out a lot of info. On purpose, okay? Because a lot of it is NDA. So I cannot disclose who the CEO is. I cannot disclose the price and what's next of Mythos, right? Not even deny. Confirm or deny. I cannot. Now, to be clear, when it comes to this thing, I have no paper for this. It's all verbal. Right? It's all verbal. I have people tell me like, hey, since there is no actual, proper, legal, written NDA, you can still do it. Right? Let it all out. You don't have an actual NDA, but it would destroy my integrity as a human being, as an artist, and as a VTuber, and as a businessman if I still break the verbal agreement to let these out, right? Because these are extremely sensitive information, so I'm not gonna let it out. But what I can let out, however, is the workload. I can do that. And we're about to talk about that. It gets extremely stickier and it gets extremely scummier from here. Right? Oh boy, I gotta prepare myself. This is like a big responsibility. I did my computation. Right. Remember, I did the computation for this. Right. How my opening of 6th season of commission goes from yeah, 5th of December 2021 goes to 5th of May 2025. That's 3 years, 5 months, excluding the end. Okay? Now, when it comes to the workload, it took me 1 year plus 7 months to finish everything. I was first approached on 31st March 2023, and I finished everything on November of 2024. You would think about this particular thing, and we go back to the same thing we talked about earlier. Am I worth the wait? It's testing this thing to the limits, right? It's literally testing this to the limits. And I don't blame anyone if they disagree with this, right? Because who would fucking wait 1 year and 7 months until I continue what's left of my work? Right? Right. I am pushing it, right? But Nick, what's causing you 1 year and 7 months? I'm going to be very careful about this because even within Mythos, they are mad about the workload I'm given, right? They are mad about the workload I'm given, and I have to be very careful now. I have to be very careful. Even if I'm not a big creator, I know I am not a big creator, and my message and my video is not gonna reach so far to the point that they will watch my video. I know that, but even then, I still have to be careful because whatever whatever goes on the internet, it stays on the internet. People will look at that and they will have to make whatever of the information they find, right? So I have to be very careful. No, it's not about paperwork. It's about reputation and personal responsibility. That too, right? That is also true. It's about reputation and responsibility. And guess what? The things that I have here is reputation breaking. I just know it. I've been told about this and I have to be very careful. That's why. So maybe it's not about the paper. Maybe it's not about the verbal agreement. It's about the reputation I'm about to break. So I'm being super careful, okay? So please be understanding about what I'm about to say. Let me clip it and ship it for the drama farmers. I would say booking fees are the way to go. Not gonna lie, that is fair, right? So I'm gonna skip this. And I'm gonna skip this. So I hope you understand. So let's talk about the workload. March 2023, I was revealed that Hades, Poseidon, Zeus, Apollo, and Ares. Now, I am leaving out a lot of information. So don't take my word for it. Okay, so. Okay, now. So for each of these, I have to make. For each, I have to make one animated character art. And then overlay set. So for the overlay set, that is how many scenes total? 6 things I need to make. This is the starting. This is the ending. This is the be right back screen. And this is the chatting screen, the gaming screen, and the stinger transition. Right? And then more things I made. Company logo. So there, you already know this. I have this logo and the M logo, right? So that's 2 logo. And then 3 talent logos. And I know this very well because I'm the one who pitched this design for Hades, Zeus, Poseidon, right? So, look at that workload, right? All of this times 5, okay? Times 5 equals, let's see, 7 times 5 is 35. 35 plus 5. This is 5, right? Plus 5, I have 40 things to make. I have to make 40 things, right? 40 things. And even after all of that, I agreed. Right? Even after all of that, I agreed. Even after Mythos was a small startup company, even after I'm told that they're already spending a lot of money for this, at a price I cannot disclose. Right, I agreed to all of that. Now, in my heart, I feel like this got heavy on me, right? This is an extremely heavy and scummiest thing I've ever done in my life. I still feel heavy in my heart about this whole thing, right? And I am going to take full accountability on this, right? But it's over now. It's over now. Because I finished this on November of 2024 last year. It's been 8 months now, ever since finishing this. So I'm over this, right? But this was the most painful thing I ever agreed to, right? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna pick up my charger. Actually, no, my charger is here. What the heck? My charger is already here, so I'll just plug it in. So, now, I'm gonna put in a lot of things that are not guaranteed. I'm gonna put in a lot of things that are not guaranteed. That I'm not guaranteed that I will be given clout after this, right? I'm not guaranteed that I'll be given clout after this. Like, despite that my name will be credited, my name will be, like, my artwork will be reposted, that I will be probably, be interacted on Twitter, people will see me and all that stuff, right? All of that are not guaranteed. If they interact with me, if I hang out with them, and the things that I learn from them and all that, right? All of that are not guaranteed. The clout, the lessons, the insider stuff. What else? The connections too, because I've met a lot of people. You know what? Because of this, Okay? Because ever since I work with mythos, I have met a shit ton of people, right? So it's hard for me to discredit the things that I am blessed with today if it weren't for mythos, right? I've met friends of Noxtaku, I've met friends of the talents, I've met friends and friends of other people, artists, editors, mods, all those things, right? I've met friends and friends of other people. The connections are insane. and you would think this is probably a great setup for long-term success. You know, people would say that, like, oh my god, right? Mythos is collaborating with people. Mythos is collaborating with Nux. Mythos is collaborating with Opera GX Aura, right? With Vishojo as well. Like, oh my god, you might have, Nick, you might have like you know, some droplet of those things. It must have sounded amazing to be working with mythos. Like, oh my god, Nick, you are such a lucky artist to be hired by this guy. Like, look at the fucking benefits that looks like fucking Cloud Chaser's dream, you know? People say, like, I'm legit. I am legit with you guys, right? The amount of things that comes with this, like, this is some Cloud Chaser's dream, right? But this is not my my goal. My goal was business, my goal was money, you know. All of that things that happens on the side is I would consider it a bonus. Because even if I have the connections, it does not guarantee me business, right? It does not guarantee me business. But it's good to have at least, right? And especially a good benefit to my portfolio. Because think about it, the stuff that I've made for them, if you have seen them, if you have seen what I've made for them, this is a big benefit for my portfolio. You would think like, oh, it should start weighing in here somewhere, right? On the weighing scale, it should weigh around here, so it must be heavy. Like, yeah. Even if I still got work to do, some of the things that I've gotten that is not guaranteed, people are willing to die for. I'm not. Right? But I am going to leave this out. I am going to leave this out because despite all this, I am still grieving for the amount of time spent. There are so many benefits to be working with a company that has so much connections, reach, sponsors, all the good stuff that they have now, right? But you must understand that this startup business has no guarantee of success either, right? Their sponsorship that they have, their collaborations that they have, right? It's good to see that I am lucky to be working with a company that is thriving now. It's thriving now, right? It's thriving now. But all of this is not even guaranteed, right? All of this is not even guaranteed. So all I'm looking here is the money and time spent away. Right? And even after all that, is it worth it still? Right? Let's read chat for a bit. Leverboy says, and Mythos won the best VTuber org. There is that too. But you must understand. Even that is not guaranteed. The winning the best VTuber org at the time was in the mercy of popularity contest. It was vote. It was by voting. That's how VTubers are judged in the VTuber awards of Filion, right? It was Filion, right? That's how you're judged in that VTuber awards, right? So even that is not guaranteed. I could have voted for Pace Connect, you know. I could have voted for who else? Who else was the other candidate at the time? I forgot. I didn't care at that time, right? Because all I care about is that I was still under stress working on a workload. I was not even done, right? Right? Filion Chai Lily, yeah, right? Yeah, them, yeah. So, you know, I'm gonna tell you what. Beating the workload. So, I've talked about the workload, right? This is the Herculean thing I have to beat, right? And I agree to it anyway. And, you know, and it took me 1 year and 7 months to beat it, right? And it sets me way, way back from the queue, right? Let's talk about the time when I took my time to beat the workload, and you will find out why I am burnt the fuck out. Okay? Let me read chat one last time before I go with my story on this one. I'd say the connections and the network you've established is completely worth it, absolutely worth it, and not for clout or money or anything. Good reputation is priceless. That is true too. You know, I have been praised numerous times because I am the artist that was willing to go through that workload with this amount of quality, you know, the details and the animation, right? It sets me to, like, I don't know, stand out among other artists because of the things that I have to put myself through, right? And people praise me for that. Like, damn, right? The algorithm says otherwise though. Like, I still don't get much likes and retweets, but people praise me for it. Like, by word of mouth. Like if I'm on a Discord call and like, bro, NicJellie, what the hell, man? You did awesome stuff. Like, I've been told by my friends and people who I've worked with within Mythos, I've had praises and all that. Right? It's great. And you know what? Yeah, it's going to be a good addition to my portfolio. People say that too. I am proud of that. I am extremely proud of that. And because of that, you know what? I am extremely attached to the artworks I've made for Mythos. Because it took me a lot of time. It took severe amount of perfectionism to finish that damn thing. Right? I could not let go of the quality that I have set myself when it comes to working with Mythos. Right? I thought that this absolutely has to be good, and I did it. Right? I am extremely prideful about it. Right? And it's going to be a great addition to my portfolio. Right? But at the same time though, at what cost? At what cost? And was it worth it? For my sanity, for my commission queue, for my business, and for a lot of my relationships, to the amount of time I spent to, you know, it's still something heavy to talk about to this day, to be honest. Right, I've lost a lot of things during 2023 up to 2024. It was the darkest moment of my life, right? Like, don't get me wrong, do not get me wrong, I am extremely grateful for the opportunities and the things that was set up to me after all that, right? The friends I made in this time, the potential businesses that I could make from this time, right? It's great, right? But the trade-off is just excruciatingly painful. Okay? I have to make that clear because this was extremely like a difficult time of my life. A lot of things was on the line. My pride as an artist and my integrity as a businessman, right? And my relationship with my friends and family. And my health, most especially my health, right? Most especially my health. This was not easy. This was not easy. Alright? Okay. Work-life balance important. What I'm hearing. That's fair. A good reputation. Anyone knows you're the GOAT. Actual mad lad. Just surprised you didn't burn out sooner. I know. I was extremely ambitious when it comes to this project. Right? Like I said, a lot of things were in the line. My pride as an artist, my health most especially, relationships, you know, the integrity of my business. All of those were in the line. Right? So, let's get on with this. How I beat the workload. Let's start with a chronological order. So it was first revealed to me in order. Right? The debut of Mythos. Is December. I'm trying to remember. It's mid-December, around this area. Around here. I don't remember anymore. But it's around this time. But guess what? I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this. So even if it feels like there is a deadline, I was not informed of this. Can you imagine? I was not informed of this, and I have an extremely heavy workload. Right? Now, let's begin. In order, I was revealed Hades. And then, who's next? Zeus. Right? And then Poseidon. I was already revealed about Apollo and Ares. But it was planned that these three will debut first. Right? These three will debut first and these two will come later. I do not know at that time, I did not know anything about Clotho and the rest. Right? I did not know anything about Clotho and the rest. Right? So I'm going to speed things up, okay? I'm not gonna take too long on this. I finished Zeus and I finished Poseidon, right? Now, here I'm gonna make this box to separate the time, right? Now, I was slipped in within this area that I have to do logos too. Originally in my workload, the logos was not included, right? But it was brought up to me that the CEO insisted that I also work on the logos, right? Again, I am leaving out a lot of info, so Please understand if things start to get confusing or it feels like you're missing some context, but it's because I have to. I have to. Right? But in here, in the middle of the time, I don't remember when is this, right? Because this is before debut, right? The first debut. Right? Remember, this is March of 2023. And the debut is December, right? So I don't know when this is. So this is like what, March until it was leading up to November. Let's say August. October, I mean. Because I remember on November. No. Let's start with that, okay. So, I was not assigned this in the beginning of March, right? But the CEO insisted that I add this into the workload. And he insisted. And I got extra pay for this. I have extra pay for this one. You know? It comes with extra pay. Obviously, it has to. It's extra workload, right? So that's when the M logo comes in. That's when the Metos logo come in. I remember the design. It looks like that, right? That's when I made that. So okay, I did that, right? And then Poseidon came along, and I finished that. I finished this as well, right? And then Poseidon came along, right? Now, this is when I was in my darkest moment. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? This is December 2023. This is my darkest moment, alright? Because if you remember, December 3, Ryozen died. My close friend, my close VTuber friend, who I've spent nights, sleepless nights on Discord calls, who I've spent playing on Minecraft, right? Who I've hung out since the beginning of my VTubing career on 2021, right? Ryozen Reed, my good friend, died. And I was stumped, dude. I was stumped. I was stumped when my good friend Ryozen Reed died. Right? He and I, we were teasing to each other. Ryozen was telling me, "Hey, I'm working on a company, a VTubing group." He was working on a VTubing group. Do you know that? He was working on a VTubing group, and he was teasing to me about it. Like, "Hey, I'm working on a VTubing group," right? And I also teased to him back, like, "Hey, I'm also working with a VTuber group, but I can't reveal it to you yet. I can't reveal it to you yet." Right, but I'm working on a ton of things, right? It's a big guy, it's a big company, it's gonna be big, like you have no idea, right? Can't wait to show it to you. And then guess what? December 3 came along, and he died. I can't show it to him anymore. He's gone. I can't show it to him anymore. I lost all my chances of any future partnership, future collaboration, any future plans. I lost it all. Right? I lost it all. I was hoping when I'm finished with this work, I could show it to him. I was so devastated. How could I have known that his life was like on the verge of, passing there? It's insane to me. Like, what the hell? So, it's done. Right? Leading up to this moment since March to December, right? My family, remember my family who also said that I was like, trying to just like minding my business that's not even theirs, right? So when I told them like, hey, I got a big deal with this company, right? They were also excited, like, yeah, damn, Nick got a big deal with this company. That's great, you know? And they're always checking on me and how I'm working with them, you know? They're checking on me like, hey Nick, how you doing? How's your work with that company? And I'm like, it's great, it's fine. And it's a lot of things that I need to do, but we're doing pretty great, you know? Pretty exciting stuff, right? You know? But it's like but I was extremely busy. I was extremely busy, right? I was extremely busy. So I'm gonna regret a lot of things that I did. I've regretted a lot of things that I did, that I've neglected my family. Like whenever they're asking me if I want to go out with them, when they want me to take care of them and all that, I always have to deny them. Like, no, I can't. I'm busy. Like, I cannot be with you right now. I am busy. I cannot. Right? And I regret it now. Because on December 5, my grandfather died. Right? Back to back. That's two of my closest people to me have died. Right? And I'm looking back and I'm like, oh my god, I should have hung out with them some more. Like, I should have taken care of them some more. Like, I knew it. Like, I didn't know it. Like, I was thinking like, oh, I should have carried the heavy load of the groceries. I should have been there for you in the dinner. I should have been easier with you. But I was so harsh. I was telling them that like, no, I'm busy. I have to draw. It has to be fit. I am so busy. But you know what? I cannot. I wish I was available for them. I wish I was. But I just couldn't. Because I didn't. Because I was so busy. I was extremely ambitious with this thing, right? And it has to be done. It was the biggest deal that has happened to me, right? And I was also excited to tell them like, hey, you know, I can't wait to show you like how this is gonna turn out when I'm finished with all this, you know. But I also regret telling them that I'm so busy. I cannot wait with you right now. I remember all the times that I keep shouting at them that do not mind me. Like, please, I need time to work. Like, oh my god. And so back to back, two of my closest people died. And I can never have the opportunity to show them the things I was busy on, that I was prioritizing on instead of them. It's like, you know, like it had me questioning if the years I'm spending on working on this thing and on this thing is worth it. That's why I'm saying like a lot of things were on the line. If I had to finish this, it's better be worth it, right? It has to be worth it. The time I spent, the relationship I've destroyed, that I've lost, you know, it has to be worth it, right? Like, you cannot be fucking with me right now. If it cost me 2 people, I cannot boast my art anymore, right? It sucks, right? Hold on. That's why I'm looking back, like, if everything was worth it, you know, is it all worth it to spend this away from Q and away from family? away from family, friends, everything, even health, right? It has to be worth it, right? Like, it has to be worth it. So, but guess what? These two are gone. Right? But this is still happening. It's still happening. So, while my family is grieving, okay, right? I'm glad that my family was able to come together to grieve together, you know. Sorry. Like, well, I'm glad that my family from abroad come home here so that we can grieve together and get together and have a good time and all that, right? It sucks for me that I'm still thinking of work. I'm still thinking of work. Right? I'm still thinking of work, and I'm still drawing. Right? I'm still drawing. And I've been thinking if this was worth the lives that I cannot boast my artwork anymore. If it's worth my availability to be with friends and to be with family. I still wonder if it was worth all that, right? It was the darkest moment of my life. They died, and I still have to think about drawing for mythos. It sucks. It sucks. So, debut roll around. And guess what? Debut happened. And guess what? I am not done. Devastating for me, to be honest. Devastating. I am still not done. What I finished was, at the time, the thing that I'm able to finish was this, the logos, this as well, the character arts. But the one that's not finished are the overlays. The ones that are not finished are the overlays. So, if you notice, if you look back and replay the debut, they still have the debut video. They still have it. You can check back on it, and the overlays are not mine. They have placeholders. Because I just could not make it. Right? I just can't. It's not within my human ability to be able to do that anymore. So, I thought, it's time for redemption. It's time for redemption. When Apollo is going to debut next. Right? Maybe when Apollo debuts, I could finish everything. But nope, I'm still not done. So, okay, let's do it one more time. Redemption. Take 2. When Aries come around. But I'm still not done. I am still not done, even after all that. It's devastating to me, and it destroyed my pride as an artist and my 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 being as a businessman that I cannot finish on time. I just cannot. I cannot finish on time. Granted, the quality is out of this world. You've seen the details, you have seen the motions, you've seen the stuff that I've made. The stuff I make is out of this world, right? People would give a pass on that. Like, yeah, it's insane, dude. It's okay. Like, you know, it's just you're just built different like that. It's unique. It's totally something else. So give yourself a break if you're not able to finish on time because you are unique as you are. But I just can't help it. I can't help it as a businessman that I just cannot for the life of me finish on time. Right? So it sucks. It destroyed me as an artist. It destroyed me as a businessman. And I've destroyed my relationships already. Right? And I'm already suffering in terms of health. I'm already drinking coffee, a lot of coffee. I'm losing a lot of sleep. I'm already losing my temper so easily, right? Like, I'm so easily irritated, right? I am burnt the fuck out. And even then, I still have to work. I have to force myself to, because I have to, you know? I just have to, like, and you will notice that time and again, you will notice this. Time and again, on my Discord server, on Twitter, you will notice why I'm always sorry about it. On Discord, or on Twitter, right? I am sorry you guys have to see me destroyed like this, you know? And I think back about the queue, the things that I have to work on, the family that I risk my relationship with, my friends I did not spend my time on, and the community, as my community especially, right? Especially with my community who I stopped streaming to, right? They're always wondering, like, where is Nick? What's Nick doing? You know? And I've not streamed, I've not gamed for a while, right? So, time and again, I'm always sorry for my absence. You know? And that I just cannot take care of myself. You know? So, yeah. You know. Anyway. Oh boy. So, let's move on. In the middle of when Aries debuted, before Aries debuted, okay? And at this time, right? At the time when Aries debuted, I took a break. And I drew for and I decided, you know what? Right? Actually, it was around this time, okay? It was around this time. Yeah, it was definitely around that time where my family, this is the best part of my life, okay? Where my family had to do an intervention. Right? Let's take a trip. Yeah, let's take a trip. For me to go to the USA and spend time with family. And heal. It was the best moment of my life. You remember this. Last year, I've been posting about it on Discord that I'm in the US. It is March to May of 2024. Right? By the way, Apollo debuted around, I think, February? No, March, May? I don't remember. Is it May? 2024? And then Aries, May, June, July. No. No. I don't remember. It's around that time, 2024, and then this is 2024. I don't know, March? June? I don't remember. And then July, August, September? I don't remember anymore, right? But there was a time that they had to debut, and that's the deadline, quote unquote deadline, right? Well, it was considered a deadline, but at this point, I think they have given up on me. That I don't think I'll be able to finish on time. So there's that. So in May 2024, I took the time to get out and heal with the family, right? And during this time, I took a break from Mythos. Finally, thank God, I took a break from Mythos, and I drew for Raylis. If you know Raylis, I drew for Raylis. So that's when you remember this. It's this artwork with Raylis. You know that through the mirror, infinity mirror artwork of Raylis. That's when I work on that, right? I also took time to work on actually the Iya Shiaya Celestial Dragon VTuber happened before the Mythos thing, right? After this one, I took the Mythos job, and before finishing Apollo, I finished this one with Raylis. Was it before or after? But it's around that time, right? So great. It's time for Raylis time, and I drew the Infinity Mirror artwork. Right. So that's that. The darkest time of my life was this year, 2023, 2024. Now, let me read back on chat for a while. I know this has been emotional. This has been, I don't know, uncomfortable, unsettling. I don't know. Let me read back on chat. I'm gonna read back on chat. Hold on. Rest in peace, yeah. Rest in peace, Miozen. Rest in peace to my grandfather as well. It's really unfortunate, yeah. So unfortunate. Still can't believe it with Ryozen. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Dude, my condolences. That feels so much on that amount. I know, December was extremely dark for me. Like, I will never forget December 2023. It was painful for me. Mythos and the 2 deaths of my family and the severe burnout I have to deal with. Right? It was the worst month of my life. December of 2023. I will never forget that. Nick, you couldn't have known, yeah. I couldn't have known that it would happen so sooner, to be honest. And ultimately, these things are inevitable. There's always going to be regrets around lost loved ones. That is fair. I'm still coping with it even until today. You know, I'm still coping with it. The time that I've lost, all for Mythos, you know. But again, you've survived it. I did. You know what? Yeah, I survived through this. You know. I'll be fine. Sounds really awful. Hope your rest was good or is good. He left for the milk. Dude, even as part of the community, we are really not as important as you. Your IRL relationships and your health. Thank you. It's really true. Online community is fun, but I am not sure if it should be prioritized over so much that you have. That is fair. September 2024 was the second wave with Dio and the rest. Oh yeah, I remember now. So September of 2024. Okay. So September 2024. This is when Dionysus, Hermes, and Hephaestus This is when they came out, right? And I forgot when no, was it December? It was December when the boys came in. Artemis and Aphrodite. Right there. Raylis the goat, yeah. Raylis commissioned me. Do you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I feel bad for Raylis. I feel extremely bad for Raylis. Because I told you before. Okay, this was posted March of 2023. Where was I? I was on my vacation in the USA, right? And you can see it here. There. That's the important thing that you have to look at. Remember what I said earlier. This one. I still got work to do, and I was offered work with Mythos. Guess what? Okay? It was 2023 when Raylis, no. Was it Raylis? No, when we made a deal that, hey Raylis, I still got a lot of work to do. But you know what? I'm short on cash, and I want to squeeze you into this queue because I'm short on cash. Like I said earlier, I was thinking of like taking money out of necessity because I have bills, food, and all that stuff, right? And I was like willing to overbook at the time. So I asked Raylis, and Raylis agreed. It was 2023, and then Mythos approached me, right? So I got a deal with Raylis, and then shortly after, Mythos approached me. So this thing was weighing on me. Still got work to do. Right? I had to tell Raylis about this. Right? So he knows that I have to work with Mythos, right? Because this is a totally different kind of deal. And he was patient with me. Like, thank God he was patient with me, right? But I will never take it for granted my client's patience while I was working for Mythos, because 1 year and 7 months was extremely long to wait, and they don't even know it's 1 year and 7 months, right? So this thing was weighing on me, right? So at the time when I took a break, I stopped my work with Mythos for a while just to finish this one with Raylis. And I did. After this, I went back to working on Aries. Apollo. So after Raylis, I went back to work with Mythos. That's when I did Apollo. Right? I finished Apollo. And then I went back home to my home country in the Philippines and finished Aries. Right? Shortly after Aries debuted, I did the overlays. And after the overlays, I finished everything. I finally finished everything. It was November of 2024. At this point, Dionysus, Hermes, Hephaestus debuted. Artemis, Athena, Aphrodite has debuted, right? And I am almost done with everything. And on November 20 of 24, it's done. Now, if this is Okay, this was the best time of my life. I kid you not, the best time of my life, right? After 1 year plus 7 months, it's over. It's finally over after 1 year and 7 months, right? And that is not without letting out a few of my workloads. So here's what happened. The CEO reached back to me and asked me a few more things, right? A podcast logo and the art for Hermes. Now, okay, this is gonna sound very weird, alright? Now, the CEO approached me and say, "Hey, Nick, can you do a podcast logo?" Now, that is without divine intervention. That is with divine intervention from Hades herself. Hades stepped the fuck in and said, "Stop commissioning him." Hell yeah, thank you, Hades. I am super grateful about this. I'm super grateful about this. Hades had to fucking step in and said, "Stop commissioning him. He's so dead. You cannot do this anymore." Right? It's great. It's great. I love her for it. So, okay, that's done. Like, I don't have to do it anymore, right? We don't have to do it anymore. And then CEO came back to me again and say, "Hey, can you do the Hermes animated art?" So, I stood my ground. I stood my ground, right? Like, that's my leg. I don't know. Like, think of it that way. Right, I stood my ground, and then I said, "That's gonna cost." No, I'm gonna charge more for that. I said, "You know what? I stood my ground. I finally stood my ground," and I said, "I'm gonna charge more for that." And it didn't happen anymore. It didn't happen anymore. I don't blame them for not paying me for it, right? But I'm more than happy that I stood my ground and did not take any extra workload, right? So that's done too, right? Now, November 2024 rolled around and I finally finished it, and it was the best moment of my life, right? I declined a few things. I learned to say no. Thank God, I learned to say no. I fucking learned to say no. That I cannot do this anymore, right? So here is my state with me and Mythos, right? I decided I'm gonna be under Apollo's wing. I'm gonna be under Apollo's wing. I'm gonna stick by her. I wanna stick with her. And I'm only gonna be bossed by her. I can work with the other talents, right? But I cannot for the life of me be under the CEO because I'm just tired. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just tired. Right? So I'm just gonna be sticking with Apollo for a while, and that's when you notice that I took this gesture artwork with Apollo, right? So, you know, she gave me a very light-hearted commission. and it was with a fair price and with less detail. This is great. This is great. I love it so much. Right? Light-hearted commission, right? Fair price and less detail. So I don't have to kill myself working on this one. And it's great. I was able to finish it really fast. Right? Fairly fast. And that's when I made this gesture artwork. It's great. Right? And then once that's done, we're back to the queue. We're back to the queue. And that's when I finished my last 2 commissioners. Finally, I finished my last 2 commissioners. And I remember the code name that was in this list, right? I remember the code name that was in this list. It was the Devil and Angel artwork and the Okami Sengetsu. If you remember Okami Sengetsu, he also frequent this chat. So that's done and that's done. Finally, the queue is finished. The queue is finished. The queue is finally over. This is, when was this? May 5, 2025. The queue is over. The queue is over. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. And it's done. That's about 1248 days of that queue of 6 seasons of commission, and it's finally done. 3 years, 5 months. That is insane, right? I finally finished it, right? And the queue is finished. I have to praise these 2 for the patience. I have to praise these 2, the last 2 commissioners of my queue, for their patience. Like, I do not take it for granted. I was so uncertain if they were still willing to work with me, you know. But they still stuck by my side. And I'm happy. I'm just happy for it. It's great, you know. It's done. Right? It's done. It's done. That's the 3 years and 5 months saga of the 6th season of commission. Oh yeah, hell yeah! I am so done with it. Let me read chat for a bit. I'm gonna read chat for a bit. Sabuin says, yeah, I remember. I was pretty amazed. Yeah. 2025 looking bright. Yeah. 2025 seems very promising for me, to be honest. You know. Good appetite. Yeah. Not the BL manhwa ad. Oh my god. Is it because of an earlier BL talk? Oh hell no. Possibly I did notice if you talk about certain things near devices, they'll hear you for it. Hello, J King, welcome to the stream. The endgame art, yeah, new beginning, yeah. W Hades, oh not Hades. Hades is great. By the way, Hades is great, you know, but Apollo is, dare I say, I'm much closer with Apollo, so I'm sticking by her side. You know, I think the girls are great too, but like, I don't know, like, can you fault me for picking favorites? Like, come on, dude. But even if I'm picking favorites, I can still work with the others, you know, just not the CEO. I'm done with the CEO. Might be crazy, but I like the gesture work more. Oh, really? Okami is OG. I remember the Minecraft streams. Oh, yeah. should make the YouTube video. I don't know if I should make the. I definitely will make a proper video about my story about the 3-year-long saga of the 6th season of Commission. Right? I probably will. Right? Now, this is the final chapter I will talk about. The future plans. Damn favoritism! Come on. So, okay. Now, all of that is finally over. Thank goodness. It's over. It's finally over. It's over. Now, here's the final thing I'm going to talk about is the future. Here are my future plans. Number 1, when it comes to accepting commissions, on accepting commissions. The queue. This is the queue, right? My future queue will look like this. Strictly, I mean strictly, one at a time. Right? Strictly one at a time. I am not taking a whole line like this anymore. None of this I'm doing anymore. Recap is done. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. So, anyway, on accepting commissions, the queue will look like this. Strictly one at a time. Right? Number 2, it's gonna be application. There will be an application process. So I'm gonna do a Google Forms. And my potential clients, what they will do, they will submit a Google form that they want to work with me with, and they will put their details and the things that they want me to draw, right? And I will see all that, okay? So there will be an application form, right? And it's gonna be a list, and I see like this application for this and application for that, this, that, and you see details of what they want me to draw. I can choose who to work with, and I can choose who to deny. Right? That's what I want to do. I get to choose who my clients are this time, finally. Like, I should start taking pride of my own work and recognize that I am in demand and that I should like make myself scarce. That makes sense. I should make myself scarce. Right? One at a time and application form, right? And I will have an updated price. I will have an updated price. So, this is gonna be the first time you guys are gonna hear this. It might sound outlandish because I'm already making myself expensive, and I don't care. And I don't care. It's for my health, and it's for my fucking health. I'm prioritizing my health from this day onward. It's for my health, right? So, I will have an option for $150. I will have an option for $750, and I will have an option for $1,350. Strictly that. I am also considering slashing this out. Like, call me greedy all you want. I think I am worth the price. Fuck y'all. This is my business, and if you don't like it, you're not the target audience. Get the fuck out, you know. This is what I'm thinking. I actually want to do in future one at a time as well. I'm also a student and a student with parents, so I think it's okay just to get used to this field. That is fair, actually. That's fair. One day, or maybe after exams in this month, or maybe we will see, to be honest. What do you mean you fucking should be $2,000 commissions? What the fuck? My entire artwork is worth a flagship laptop? What the hell? There's no way. One whole artwork for me cost like a literal flagship laptop. There is no way. Okay, I have consulted professionals. Okay, listen, I have consulted my artist friends and professionals. They tell me like this is it, the number I should deal with, right? I have people tell me I should go for 1,500 or something, right? But 2,000 is ridiculous. Fucking hell. You know what? I have a friend. Okay, do you know Setter MD? Yeah, I'm calling him out right now. Do you know Setter MD? This animator, the fucking animator, Setter MD. Does anyone know him? He told me I am worth 10,000. That's ridiculous. He might be joking on this, but like, what the fuck, man? Bitch, Nanoless asked for 10,000 and they're worth it. Oh my god. I cannot level myself with the likes of Nanoless, Twin Tails, all of those guys. I cannot. I cannot. I don't think I'm on that level yet. Right? I'm probably at a tier below them. Right? I just cannot. Right? I cannot be at a tier of like what? Yeah, those guys, the one who are artists of Shy Lily, Iron Mouse, all that. I cannot. Right? I think this is fair for me. I think. Damn, I didn't know about her prices, but she's hella popular. Be asking based on hourly rates. Excuse me. Hourly rates sounds fair, but with the amount of time I'm taking already when it comes to hourly rates, it feels like if I work faster, I'm being punished. If I work slower, I'm rewarded for doing my hourly rates. If I work on the job, right, by the job, then I think it will be most fair by the output. You know. But I think I am more comfortable with the computation of by the job, not by the hour. You know, it's my business. I prefer that. So, you know, hope you understand. Setter MD is base, he is. Extremely base, Setter MD. I don't know Setter MD's work. Okay, I'll show you. His work is insane. Absolute insanity. I'll show you. This is Setter MD. If you're not familiar with him, he is extremely cool. The way he animates in After Effects and all that, you know. Let's see his highlights and see if his stuff come up here. I know there's an artwork I really like that he made. It's this one. He made this. It's so cool, right? And I talked to him on Discord one time, like, hey, Setter, like, you see my works, right? And this is the price that I was given. This is the price that I gave myself to Mythos and all that. Like, what do you think it's worth? And he said fucking 10,000, bro. put more zeros on that thing. It's 10,000. Put more zeros, bro. I'm like, damn, okay. But he's pretty cool, actually. He's very fun to be with. Like, I hang around his Discord server and all that. And he's pretty cool. Bless you. I honestly think you should legitimately look at what the most time consuming part of your process is. So the most time consuming part of my process is either the character art itself and the background. Yeah, the background as well, especially the background, right? I think the animation is much more laid back for me, right? But oh my god, the art process is already difficult on its own. The conceptualizing, the sketching, and then deciding on the finalized composition and then line art, right? Coloring is easy for me. Like, I'm pretty cool with coloring and rendering, but the line art and the sketching takes much more time. It's a pain in the ass. Like, coloring and rendering, it's super chill for me, but it's in the detail that takes a lot of time. So I have to tackle that. Either that, or I have to slow down my rendering as well. You know, I have to cut back on the rendering. Maybe I have to cut back on the details. You know, this piece I made with Apollo, right? The one that feels so easy. It's based on the artwork that I made for T-Mom, because T-Mom's details are super laid back, right? It's so messy and there's not much careful attention. It's just more liberating, right? So especially this, look at the background. It's not as rendered, right? It's mostly like messiness in here. See? And it's not strict to, like, you know, the principles and all that. This one was easy too. Like, this is a very easy commission, right? So anyway, can we have a link? Hold on, the arcane one. Can you show the arcane one? I think I saw that one. Okay, hold on. The arcane one. It's okay. I'm gonna show it in here. I'm gonna leave it there. So that's the arcane one. I'm gonna leave it there on the all about art and check it out. It's pretty cool. On the cover and league, they gave it for free as PFP. Sketching and line art is so that's sketching and line art is like the most painful process. If I care very little about the details, maybe that would have been a lot easier. But I care so much about the composition, the shape language, all those stuff. Like, I kind of care about, like, the spacing, all those things. It's difficult as it is. And then color is like, it's easy now because, like, you know, coloring is, I think I'm very chill when it comes to coloring, to be honest. So that's why. Now, what else is in the future for me? In the future for me, one more major thing that's happening for me. I am going back to college. So, I said in the beginning that in 2021, it was COVID time, it was pandemic time, right? And I dropped out of college and I kept that a secret, right? Some time ago, kept that a secret. I did. I kept that a secret, right? Some time ago, I revealed it on stream that I dropped out, right? And then after that, but I'm still working on the mythos at that time, right? I was still working with mythos, but I revealed that I am a dropout and I shouldn't be shamed about it. And we're like kind of destigmatizing it and all that, right? Now, during my time working with mythos 2023 to 2024, I was so defensive. I was so defensive about not going back to college because it would devastate me if I'm working for mythos and then I have to juggle college as well. So I was So mad at my family who is telling me to go back to college, but I'm still working with Mythos. And I don't know when my work with Mythos will end, right? But since that's over, I become open to going back to college to a course that I really, really like, and that's multimedia arts. That's the course I chose. Because before that, during the pandemic of 2021, I was 20 years old and I was still studying in college at the time, and I was in international studies. Major in tourism. So the plan was I go abroad and then work in a hotel. That was my plan. At the time, I was like, I'll take this course, go abroad, work in a hotel. Can you imagine my pre-VTuber era? Can you imagine my pre-VTuber era? My early concept was this. I'm gonna be a hotelier VTuber. A hotelier VTuber. You've seen it all. Barista VTuber, what do you call this? Box office VTuber, right? Convenience store VTuber, and now I'm a hotelier VTuber, right? I thought it was ridiculous, so I became a jellyfish VTuber instead. And I was like, okay, this is gonna be a chess streamer VTuber, right? Because at the time when I was still in college, right? I was still in college, right? I had a scholarship. So I had a scholarship because I play chess. I play chess on a team, in a team, yeah. And I was like, okay, I can be a jellyfish VTuber who plays chess on stream. And then I scrapped that, and then I became an art VTuber. And here I am. Here I am. So all of that is gone. And then I dropped out, and now I'm back. I'm going back to college this year on 2025. And I'm going for multimedia arts. Yeah. So the future looks good, looks healthy, and I'm gonna be taking more care for myself. I'm going back to college to resume my studies. I'm gonna be pricing myself more fairly, right? It's looking healthy. It's great. It's great. And that concludes my 3 years, 5 months saga on the 6th season of Commission. Right? Now, 7th season? What's gonna happen with 7th season? It's gonna take a while. Yeah, I really need that break. Yep, I'm gonna need that break, and 7th season is gonna take a while. Good luck in finding friends there. Yeah. Hope it will be a great time for you there. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty original, dude. Good luck with college. Yeah, thanks. It's pretty exciting, to be honest. You know? Can you imagine the things that my friends are telling me? Right? The thing that my friends are telling me is like, dude, you are going back to college. An art college. And you have 3 years of freelance experience. Bro, that is unfair. You will stomp all your classmates. It's insane. Bro is smurfing. So I'm told like, bro is smurfing. Fucking going to art college with 3 years of freelance experience is insanity. Have you seen my work? Like, good God. Imagine that being submitted to the teacher. Like, oh shit. Oh shit. Hell no. So when I was applying to the college and I was being interviewed and I showed my works to the interviewer, the teacher, they were shocked. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the hell? You are, I don't think. You know what I mean? Like, why? Tell me why you're going to college. What the fuck? Can you imagine? But yeah, I think I'm gonna take the chance in college to like learn some fundamentals, because I have my entire art career without fundamentals. Like, I barely do any fundamentals, and you know it. I hate fundamentals. I rather skip it. That's how I do it. I skip my fundamentals just to make the stuff that I do, you know? And I'm thinking, you know what? If I'm going back to college, I may as well learn the fundamentals. I skip the fundamentals, and I think this is the best chance to do it, right? Anatomy and all that stuff, perspective and all that stuff. Oh, I did not learn that. Like, I skipped all that. Like, oh. You know? I really want to see you get into drawing using charcoal and fine art sketching and stuff. I have done sketching, I have done charcoal, but I have not done it with the prompt and subject that an art college would give you, like, you know, model drawing, still life and all that. I have not done that, but I have done the medium, you know. I'm actually eyeing joining an atelier, but I don't have the funds yet. Oh, interesting. It's like those random MCs that know everything for some reason, enrolling in school just to have experience. Right? So, anyway, I'm gonna be ending the stream now. I think this is all I've talked about. The future looks bright, and I am so done with everything for the past 3 years. Right? Now, future stream plans. Or content plans, you know. Time for more content plans. Now, I'll be doing more fan art, more collabs, but most importantly, I'll be taking my time. Which is great. I'll be taking my time on this one, right? And I think I got invited in a Minecraft server. Let me double check, because I got invited into a Minecraft server, did I? So I got invited to a Minecraft server. Oh, I got accepted. Okay. Here. This is the exciting part. I am joining the Mythos Minecraft server. I cannot escape them. But I am joining the Mythos Minecraft server. The Mythos and friends. So, expect some crazy content. So, maybe this will happen tomorrow. This will happen tomorrow on Twitch. this will happen on Twitch. So I'll see you there. I will see you there. You've single-handedly convinced me to drop out. Jokes aside, this was a valuable stream. Hope you have an amazing time in college. Oh, thank you, Direct T-Rex. You've been here the whole time? I didn't know that. Thank you for watching. And Nick, it's been a hell of a journey, I've heard, and I do want to say I'm proud of you that you got through it. Hell yeah! Oh my god, thank you guys! Thank you. It's good. It's been great. Right. Anyway, I'm gonna be ending the stream now. So this is what's gonna be happening tomorrow. We're gonna be doing, and I'm so excited for the future fan art collabs, right? Like speaking of collabs, I'm doing it with Finfon and Mitsune. So watch out for those, right? So fan arts, I'm thinking of doing BB No Money. I'm thinking of doing Camila. And I'm thinking of doing Chibi Doki. So anyways, that's gonna be my plan. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Good night. Thank you for watching. Good night.